Wijk aan Zee, the winter of 1999. A small Dutch town by a cold grey sea, and inside, the great Hugovens tournament. Garry Kasparov, world champion, perhaps the strongest player who ever lived, sits behind the white pieces. Across from him, a fearless young Bulgarian named Veselin Topalov. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Topalov is no easy mark. He is brilliant, sharp, and hungry. A man who will one day wear the world champion's crown himself. But this evening belongs to Kasparov, and to one breathtaking idea. He will give up a rook, simply hand it over, to set the black king running. And run it will, chased from one corner of the board all the way across to the other, with nowhere left to hide. Many who have studied it call it Kasparov's Immortal, and rank it among the greatest games ever played. It has been admired for more than 20 years, and it loses none of its wonder when told slowly. Close your eyes now, and let the board take shape in the dark, the pieces in their rows, the lamps low, the move clock ticking. White moves first. A single pawn steps to e4. Black answers softly, a pawn to d6. This is the perk. Black will hand white the center and crouch quietly around it, waiting for a chance. White takes the space he is offered, a second pawn to d4. Black's knight rises to f6, leaning against the pawn on e4. White guards it, the queen's knight to c3. Black plays g6, hollowing out a home for his dark bishop. White's bishop steps out to e3. And that long bishop comes to g7, gazing down the great diagonal toward White's distant corner. Then the queen slides up beside it, quietly, to d2. This is a sharp, well-known plan. Bishop on e3, queen on d2, pawn on f3, and an idea of pushing the h-pawn at Black's castled king. The two bishops point together toward h6, toward the dark squares where Black's king will live. Black plays c6, a small patient move, bracing the center and making room. White slides a pawn to f3, a modest pawn, but it locks the middle and clears the path for the coming pressure. Now Black shows his hand. A pawn advances to b5. Both sides mean to castle on opposite wings and throw their pawns at each other's king. A race is forming, and in such races, a single move can be everything. White develops the king's knight, but humbly, to e2, not f3, keeping the f-pawn's road clear. Black brings out his last knight, to d7. Now White's bishop moves deep to h6. It offers itself to the bishop on g7, but what it truly wants is to trade that bishop away. For the dark bishop on g7 is Black's finest guardian, watching every dark square around his king. Black accepts, his bishop captures on h6, and the queen swoops down, recapturing on h6. See her now, far forward in Black's camp, glaring at the dark squares the bishop left undefended. Black develops the other bishop, to b7, onto its own long diagonal. White pauses for i3, a tiny move, a quiet shelter for the king before he castles. Black strikes in the center, a pawn to e5. He wants to close the middle, to slow White's pieces and open lines for his own. White castles long, the king to c1, the rook swinging across to d1. Black's queen lifts to e7. White tidies his king one step to b1, off the open file, into the corner's shadow. Black answers by pushing a pawn to i6, bracing the pawn on b5, thickening his own wall. Now White's knight retreats, all the way back to c1. It looks like a step backward, but the knight is only traveling, seeking a finer square. and black castles 2 long, the king to c8, the rook to d8. Picture it, both kings tucked on the queenside now, each behind his pawns, the position almost mirrored. White's wandering knight continues, out to b3. Let the whole board come to rest in your mind. White's queen stands far away on h6, alone in black's kingside, watching the dark squares. His king hides on b1, rooks on d1 and h1, knights on c3 and b3. The light bishop still asleep on f1. Black's king sits on c8, his queen on e7, knights on f6 and d7, the bishop on b7, rooks on d8 and h8. And the pawns lean toward one another. b5 and i6 on one flank, the center still taut between them. Black resolves the center first. His e-pawn captures on d4. White recaptures with the rook to d4. The rook stands boldly in the very middle of the board. Black pokes at it, a pawn to c5, telling the rook to move along. It slides back to d1, home again, but now on a half-open file aimed straight at black's king. Black's knight swings from d7 to b6, eyeing the squares before white's king. White plays g3, opening a quiet door on h3 for that sleeping bishop. Black tucks his king to b8, a half step safer in the corner. Now white's knight leaps to i5, a bold outpost biting at the bishop on b7 and the squares around the king. Black slides that bishop back from b7 to i8, keeping the long diagonal but stepping out of reach. At last the light bishop wakes, out to h3. From h3 it rakes clear across the board, peering toward black's queenside and the soft squares near his king. Black pushes the center once more, a pawn to d5. He throws up a wall, trying to blunt that bishop and choke the open lines. White's queen comes home from her lonely outpost, back to f4 with check. The check slants down the dark diagonal toward black's king on b8. There is no clean way to block it, so the king must walk up to i7. Black's king steps out into the open air of i7, and that one small step will come to mean everything. White brings his last rook into the game to e1. Every piece is in play now. The position is fully loaded, like a wave drawn back before it breaks. Black drives the spearhead forward, a pawn to d4. It presses at the knight on c3, expecting that knight to shuffle meekly aside. See the whole board once more, for what comes next is the hinge of the game. Black's king stands exposed on i7, ringed by his own pawns. i6, b5, c5, with the knight on b6 near him. But the rest of his army is far away. The queen on e7, the knight on f6, the rook on d8, the bishop tucked on i8, the king's rook still home on h8. White's forces all lean the other way, queen on f4, rooks on d1 and e1, knights on i5 and c3, the bishop glaring from h3, the king safe on b1. Black has just struck at the knight on c3, certain it must retreat. Instead, white plays the knight forward into the heart of the position, to d5. It does not flee the pawn. It steps past it, planting itself deep in black's camp, offered freely to the queen. From d5, the knight touches everything. The queen on e7, the pawns, the very squares around that lonely king on i7. And here the whole position grows still, every piece poised, the real pressure gathering to break. Black is in motion now. The knight on b6 lifts and takes on d5. It is the right capture, the clean one, answering the knight white had planted in the heart of the board. White recaptures at once. the e4 pawn slides up and takes on d5. So a pawn stands on d5 again, and the center is half pawns, half open lines. Black brings the queen home, retreating to d6. She guards the dark squares. She eyes the rook on e1. She keeps her end near her king. And here the game leaves the ordinary world behind. Look at the black king first. It is far from home, out on i7, on the very edge of the board. Pawns shelter it loosely, one on i6, one on b5, but the squares around it are thin. There is a black pawn on d4, deep in white's half, a stubborn little wedge. White's rooks sit on d1 and e1. The queen waits on f4. A bishop watches from h3. And Kasparov, with white, plays the move the world remembers. The rook on d1 lifts and lands on d4, straight onto the pawn, a whole rook offered up. Stay a moment with this. It is one of the most famous moves ever made on a chessboard. Most players, in most games, would never even see it, and of those who saw it, few would dare to play it. It is the kind of move that looks, at first glance, like a simple mistake, a piece left to be taken. But behind it lies a long, cold calculation, worked out move by move, far past the horizon most minds can hold. The rook is simply hanging. Black can take it for nothing. But the point is the road it opens. Once that pawn on d4 is gone, the e-file tears wide, and the rook on e1 will fly to e7 with check. From there the whole white army turns toward that lonely king on i7. Black takes. The pawn captures the rook on d4. Here a colder modern eye sees something even tougher. The king sliding to b6 first, declining for a moment, keeping the door shut. But the rook was a hard thing to leave sitting there. Black took it, and now the attack begins. The other rook springs to e7. Check. The king cannot stay. It steps up to b6. Now the queen swoops from f4 and takes the pawn on d4, and that is check too, raking down the long diagonal at the king. The king has one square that bites back. It takes the knight on i5. So black is up a rook and a knight now. By the count of material, it is not close. But the king is exposed in the open, and Kasparov's pieces are closing in. This is the strange arithmetic of the chase. Material counts for nothing when the king itself is the one being chased. A pawn jumps to b4. Check. The king edges further out to i4, pressed against the rim of the world. Picture it. The black king stands on i4, almost in the corner, with white's pieces wheeling around it. Now a quiet step in the middle of it all. The queen drops back to c3. She holds the dark squares around the king and quietly threatens to close the net. Black grabs what he can. The queen takes the pawn on d5. And now another beautiful, unhurried move. The rook glides all the way from e7 to i7. It does not check. It does not capture. It simply lines up against the bishop on i8 and the squares the king might want. That calm rook swung across the whole board to the edge is part of why this game is loved. Black interposes the bishop, dropping it from i8 to b7 to block the file. The rook takes it, capturing on b7. Black answers with the queen, sliding to c4, defending, looking for checks of his own. And white, instead of grabbing back, lets the queen reach across the board. She takes the knight on f6. Both sides are now playing for the king and nothing else. Black's king reaches out and captures the pawn on i3. Here was the sharper try the king had. A rook check on d1 first, slowing white down. Instead, the king took on I3 and walked one step deeper into the maze. The queen returns, capturing the pawn on I6 with check. The king runs forward and takes the pawn on B4. A pawn steps up to C3, check, poking the king again. The king takes it, capturing on C3, marching right into White's camp. Think of where this king has travelled from I7 out to I4 and now to C3 deep in enemy ground. The queen swings to I1, check, along the dark diagonal. The king slides to D2. The queen follows to B2, check again, herding it. The king steps to D1, almost on White's back rank now. And then the quietest move of the whole sequence. The bishop drops back from H3 to F1. No check. It simply slides behind the king and takes away its escape squares. The net is nearly closed, and it closed with a whisper, not a blow. Black throws his rook into the fray down to D2, guarding, shielding. White brings the far rook in from B7 to D7, lining up on that defender. Black's rook takes it, capturing on D7. Now the bishop on F1 reaches out and takes the black queen on C4. The pawn recaptures on C4, taking the bishop. And the white queen swings to the far corner and takes the rook on H8. See the whole board now, before the end. The black king is stranded on D1, down at White's end of the board, with no shelter at all. It has a lone rook, a passed pawn near C4, a few kingside pawns, and no safety anywhere. White's queen sits up on H8, far away, but with the whole board to roam. White's king is tucked on B1, perfectly safe, watching it all. The material no longer matters. What matters is that one king is hunted, and the other is home. Topalov has more than enough force to win a dozen ordinary games, and none of it can be brought back in time to save him. Black pushes the rook to D3, trying to wall off the checks. The queen glides back across to I8, finding the long diagonal again. Black drives the pawn to C3, desperate, looking for a shadow of counterplay. The queen swings to I4 with check. The king steps up to E1. White steadies the kingside. The pawn goes to F4. Black answers with a pawn to F5, the last little flicker of resistance. And now the white king itself joins in. The smallest of moves, it steps to C1. It is the quietest possible thing, and it is decisive. It calmly stops the black rook from ever checking on D1. With that one step, black's last hope of endless checks is gone. Black tries the rook to D2, clinging on. And white plays the final move. The queen slides quietly to I7. No check, no capture. Just a queen swinging onto the long diagonal, aimed at the trapped king. There is no defense to what follows. The threats along that diagonal and against the king cannot all be met. Black has nothing left to throw in the way, and nowhere for the king to hide. And so black laid down his king. The game was over. A king hunted from one corner of the board clean across to the other, and run to ground. A rook given up to open a single file and a whole attack pouring through it. It has been called the finest game of its age, and you have just walked every step of it. Players still return to it year after year, the way one returns to a favorite piece of music, just to feel it unfold again. Let the board fade now. The pieces can stand where they are. It is finished. Let it rest. And there the game rests, complete. Every piece come to its final square. Let the board grow faint now, the squares softening, the pieces going still in the dark. The light over the board dims, and the room around it falls quiet. Nothing left to watch for, nothing left to solve. The story is told, and it will keep exactly as it is. You can let it all go soft and dark behind your eyes. There is nowhere to be, and nothing more to do. Just the warm dark and the slow quiet of the night. Sleep well. Good night. Paris, 1858. In a private box above the opera, with the music still playing, a young American named Paul Morphy sat down to play. Across the board, two noblemen, a German duke and a French count, sharing the pieces against him as a team. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. And here is the lovely part. The game was played at the Opera House during a performance. The two noblemen had invited Morphy to share their private box. Below them, the singers sang, and the music drifted up from the stage. Morphy, it said, would rather have watched the opera. So he played quickly and beautifully to be done. This was the romantic age of chess, when players prized a beautiful attack over a safe little point. Now, close your eyes and let the board take shape in the dark. White moves first. Morphy pushes his king's pawn 2 squares to e4. The oldest, friendliest first move there is, a door opening in the center. Black answers in kind. The pawn comes to e5. 2 pawns, face to face in the middle of the board, neither able to take the other. The best reply, and the most natural, a mirror. Now white brings out a knight from g1 to f3. It steps toward the center and leans on the black pawn at e5. A quiet little threat. Develop a piece and ask a question at the same time. Black does not defend that pawn the usual way. Instead, the pawn comes forward to d6. It props up the e5 pawn from the side, solid, a touch passive. This is an old, careful opening. They called it the Philidor. Safe enough, but it can leave the black pieces feeling a little cramped. Morphy strikes at the center. The d pawn marches to d4. Now there is real tension. White's d4 pawn glares at black's e5. The center is alive. Something will have to give. And here the noblemen make their first telling choice. Black brings the light bishop out from c8 all the way to g4. It pins itself against white's knight on f3. See what it does. The bishop, the knight, and behind the knight, the white queen on d1. The bishop stares down that line, leaning on the knight that guards the center. It feels active, but it is the bishop, not a pawn, doing this work. And Morphy is about to show why that matters. White takes. The d4 pawn captures on e5. A small shock in the center. The pawns begin to clear. Now black has a choice. Take back the pawn or follow through with the bishop. If black recaptures the pawn first, the knight on f3 is pinned, and the e5 pawn is loose. There are little tricks hiding in the position, and the noblemen feel one of them. So the bishop takes the knight on f3. A trade. The black bishop, which had been pinning, captures the white knight outright. And now white must take back, or be a piece down. The queen swings down from d1 and recaptures on f3. This is the best move, and it is a happy one for white. Look what has quietly happened. Black has given up his good light bishop. White still has both of his. And the white queen now sits on f3, out early, but pointing at tender squares. She eyes the long diagonal, and she eyes the weak square f7 by the black king. Now black takes the pawn back. The d6 pawn captures on e5. Material is level again. The center has emptied out. Let's pause and picture the whole board as it stands. Both kings still sit at home in the center, uncastled. In the middle, a single black pawn on e5 and a white pawn on e4, facing off. White's queen rests on f3, alert, eyeing that soft f7 square. Black has a knight and bishops still asleep at home. He has traded away his best attacker. Morphy is a step ahead in time, and in this game time is everything. Now white develops with purpose. The king's bishop slides out to c4. It takes aim along the diagonal, straight at f7. Feel that. The bishop on c4 and the queen on f3, both pointing at the same tender square. f7, the pawn in front of the black king, guarded only by the king himself. Two pieces leaning on one weak point. This is how Morphy builds a storm from quiet moves. Black must answer the pressure and bring a piece to the defense. The knight comes out from g8 to f6. It develops and it guards. It blocks the long diagonal and watches the king. But notice, it does nothing yet to free the rest of Black's sleeping army. Now Morphy makes a sharp, clever little move. The queen shifts to b3. The best move on the board. Watch where she points now. From b3, the queen and the bishop on c4 both bear down on f7 again. From a new angle, around the side of the knight that tried to block them. And there is a second threat hiding underneath. The queen on b3 also looks far down the board at the pawn on b7 and the rook behind it. Two threats at once from one calm move. This is the art of it. The noblemen must find a defense to both, and there is only one. Black plays the queen to e7. The best try. The queen steps in front of her king and guards f7 herself. Now if white were to grab the f7 pawn, the queens would simply come off, and the storm would pass. But see the cost of that defense. The black queen now sits on e7, blocking in her own bishop on f8. Black's king's side is jammed. The pieces trip over one another at home. One side glides, the other is tangled. That is the whole story so far. Morphy does not rush to win the little pawn on b7. He keeps building. The queen's knight comes out from b1 to c3. Another piece into the fight, pointing at the center and the king side. He could have taken the b7 pawn for a small profit. But that would let the black rook swing free and waste the lead he has so carefully built. Morphy wants the attack, not the pawn. Pieces first, always. Black plays a small, sensible pawn move. The c-pawn comes to c6. It builds a little wall. It takes the day-5 square away from white's pieces. And it gives the black queen an escape route, a breathing hole at c7. A careful human move. The best move, even. But careful is not enough here. Let's stop and picture the board one more time before the music swells. White is poised and open. The bishop commands c4. The queen sits high on b3. A knight stands on c3. A pawn holds e4. And the king waits, ready to castle to safety. Black is knotted. The king on e8, the queen crowded onto e7 before it. The dark bishop and the rook in the corner have not yet drawn a breath. Every white piece points toward the black king. Almost every black piece is still asleep. The board is leaning, like a held breath, toward Morphy. And from this calm, tilted stillness, the most famous attack in chess is about to begin. It is white to move, and the air is about to change. The black king still stands on e8 in the middle, where it began. It never found a safe corner to hide in. Its own bishop waits on f8, its own pawn sits on f7. They crowd around the king like furniture in a small room. Black's queen rests on e7, a knight watches from f6. The other knight has not yet moved, asleep on b8. White is poised. The light bishop on c4 stares down at f7. The queen leans out on b3. A knight stands ready on c3. And White's king is still at home on e1. Everything is in place. Now the story moves. White plays the bishop from c1 to g5. It slides quietly into the long diagonal. And with that, the black knight on f6 is pinned. It cannot move. Behind it sits the queen on e7. If the knight steps aside, the queen falls. So one of black's defenders is quietly nailed down. This is the best move on the board, and it asks nothing loudly. It simply tightens the net. Black, feeling the pressure, reaches for space. The pawn goes from b7 to b5. It pokes at the bishop on c4, hoping to push it away. A reasonable thought. Win a moment, gain some air. But Morphy does not retreat. Here the game turns and the giving begins. White takes the pawn on b5 with the knight from c3. The knight, worth so much, plants itself in the open. It can be captured. Morphy offers it anyway. Why? Because the lines toward the black king are opening. Every trade peels away another wall. Black accepts. The c6 pawn takes on b5. Now the file is bare, and the bishop is waiting. White plays bishop from c4 to b5, with check. The bishop slices in along the diagonal to the king. Black must answer the check at once. The sleeping knight finally wakes, b8 to d7. It throws itself in front of the king, blocking the line. This is the only good way to meet it. But look closely at that knight on d7. It is pinned to the king by the bishop on b5. It cannot move. It can only stand and be leaned upon. And remember the other knight on f6, also pinned. Two black knights, both frozen in place. Now White does something unhurried and deadly. The king castles long to the queen side. The king tucks towards c1, and the rook swings to d1. That rook now glares straight down the d-file. And what sits on the d-file? The pinned knight on d7. It is attacked, and it cannot run. This quiet castling move is the best in the position. It develops, it shelters the king, and it attacks, all at once. Let us pause and feel the whole board now. White's king is snug at c1. The dark bishop holds g5. The light bishop holds b5, pinning from the side. The rook bears down the d-file. The queen waits on b3. Two white pieces and a rook all point at the same trembling knight. Black is a piece ahead in material and utterly tied up. The king on e8 cannot breathe. Black tries to prop up the pinned knight. The rook comes from 8 to d8. Now it guards the knight on d7 from behind. Defender added to defender. Surely that holds. And here Morphy plays the move that takes your breath. The rook on d1 captures on d7. A rook, given for a knight, smashing into the pin. He gives up more material to keep the pressure unbroken. Black recaptures, rook from d8 takes on d7. The defenders are being traded down, one by one. Now only that single rook stands between the king and ruin. White brings the last rook from h1 to d1. Again the d-file, again the pin on the rook at d7. It is the same idea played twice like a slow drum beat. Black tries to defend once more. The queen steps from e7 to e6. She moves to guard and to add a defender to the pinned rook. It is the best try, but the doors are already closing. White takes again, bishop from b5 captures on d7 with check. Another defender stripped away, and the king is touched once more. Black answers. The knight from f6 captures on d7. Now feel the board, just before the end. The black king still on e8, hemmed by f7, and the bishop on f8. A lone knight sits on d7, the other knight still on b8. The queen, far off on e6, can do nothing in time. White has a queen on b3, a rook on d1, a bishop on g5. And that bishop quietly rules the dark squares to d8. Hold that picture. Now comes the jewel of the game. White plays the queen from b3 to b8 with check. The queen, the greatest piece, offered into the corner. She lands beside the knight on b8 and says, "Take me." It looks like madness. It is the deepest clarity. For black has no choice. The knight on b8 must capture the queen. Nothing else answers the check. And by capturing that knight steps off the d-file forever. The last guardian of d8 is lured away. The knight from b8 takes the queen. It is forced. And now, softly, the final blow. The rook comes from d1 to d8. Checkmate. Let us see why the king cannot escape. The rook on d8 checks along the 8th rank. The king cannot take it, for the bishop on g5 guards d8. The king cannot flee to e7. The same bishop covers that square. It cannot go to f7. Its own pawn stands there. It cannot reach f8. Its own bishop blocks the way. Nothing can step in front. Nothing can capture. The king is held by his own loyal pieces, and there is no door. A rook and a bishop, working as one, end it. Morphy gave a knight, then a rook, then his queen. Each gift removed a single defender, and not one move was wasted. That is why this little game is remembered after all these years. Played in a theatre box between the acts of an opera. Quiet, exact, and complete. The board is still now. The pieces have come to rest. There is nothing left to defend, and nothing left to fear. The game is finished. Let it rest. And let yourself rest too. And there the game rests. The last move is made, and nothing more needs to happen. Let the board begin to soften now. The squares loosen, light and dark blurring into one quiet grey. The pieces lean where they stood, and one by one they lose their edges. The kings, the rooks, the patient pawns, all dissolving slowly into the dark. There is nothing left to defend, no square left to watch. The work is done. You can let the board go. It will keep exactly as it was until you want it again. Let your thoughts drift the way the pieces did, edges softening, fading out. No move to find, nowhere to be. Just the warm dark and your slow, easy breath. Rest now. You've followed it all the way home. Sleep well. Good night. London. The summer of 1851. The city has gathered the great players of the world for the very first international tournament, but this game is not part of it. It is a casual game played for fun during a break between a gentle German schoolteacher named Adolf Anderssen and a Parisian master named Lionel Kieseritzky, and it will become the most famous game in all of chess. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Anderssen taught mathematics for his living, a quiet man who would go on to win that whole great tournament. Across from him, Kieseritzky, well known and well respected, who lived and played his chess in Paris. This was the romantic age of chess, when players prized a beautiful attack far above a safe little point. And in this game, Anderssen gave away almost everything. A bishop, then both of his rooks, and, at the last, his queen. With only a few small pieces remaining, he delivered checkmate. Kieseritzky was so delighted by it that he sent the moves to his friends in Paris, and soon the whole world was calling it Immortal. And so it has remained for more than 170 years. So let your eyes close now and let the board take shape in the dark 64 squares, the pieces in their places, waiting. It begins, as so many great games do, with a single step. White pushes the king's pawn 2 squares forward to e4. Black answers in kind, the pawn to e5. 2 pawns face to face in the center, neither one willing to give way. And now white makes the old daring offer. The f-pawn leaps up to f4, right beside its neighbor. This is the king's gambit. White holds out a pawn like bait and asks black to take it. The price is the safety of white's own king. The reward, if black accepts, is speed and open lines and fire down the middle. Black accepts. The e-pawn captures on f4. So one white pawn is gone, and a black pawn now sits deep in white's camp on f4. White does not stop to win it back. The light bishop slides out to c4. See where it looks down the long diagonal straight at f7. f7, the square just in front of black's king, guarded by that king alone. The bishop has chosen its target early. And here black strikes with the boldest move on the board. The queen swings all the way out to h4. Check. A check, thrown at a king that has not yet moved a step. White cannot block it, and would not want to. The king simply steps aside to f1. It is safe enough for the moment, but something has quietly been given up. That king will never castle now. It must stay where it stands, and learn to look after itself. Black's queen rides high on h4, far from home, full of menace. And now black makes an offer of his own. The b-pawn advances 2 squares to b5. It steps right into the path of white's bishop, daring it to capture. A gambit answered by a gambit, a pawn given up to pull the bishop off its diagonal, away from f7. White takes it. The bishop captures on b5, A small lead in material for white now, but the bishop has been lured to the edge, and that takes time. Black develops, unhurried and exact. The knight comes to f6. From f6 it eyes e4, white's proud center pawn, and asks a hard question of it. White answers by bringing out a knight of his own. The king's knight goes to f3. And notice, from f3 it reaches up and attacks the black queen on h4. The queen, so bold a moment ago, has to move. She slips back a single square to h6. Tucked into the corner, she still guards that pawn on f4, her little trophy. Let the whole board take shape for a moment. White's king stands on f1, just off its home square, the rook still beside it in the corner. White has a bishop far out on b5, on the queen side, and a knight on f3 in the heart of the board. Black's king sits at home on e8, not yet castled either. The black queen leans into the corner. At h6 a knight rests on f6. And that stubborn black pawn still sits on f4, deep in white's half, splitting the kingside wide. The whole position hums, both kings a little bare, the game leaning hard toward attack. White plays a small, modest move. The pawn to d3. It opens a window for the dark bishop and quietly braces the pawn on e4. Black, too, reaches for the edge of the board. The knight swings out to h5. From the rim it shields the f4 pawn and dreams of leaping into g3. Now white sends a knight on a journey. The knight on f3 hops to the edge, to h4. It is bound for a 5, a beautiful outpost, but here the leap is a touch too eager. The stronger, quieter path was to lift the rook to g1 first, and prepare the kingside without haste. That rook lift would have kept everything coiled and ready. The knight's jump lets black seize a moment instead. And black seizes it. The queen comes to g5. From g5 she menaces the wandering knight on h4 and stands watchful over the whole kingside. White will not retreat. The knight presses on. To f5 it goes, the very outpost it set out for. A bold horse, planted deep, staring at g7 right beside the black king. Cannot be shooed away easily, and it haunts the dark squares around black's home. Black turns his attention to the bishop still sitting on b5. The pawn to c6, attacking it, asking the bishop to declare itself. White answers not by saving the bishop, but by grabbing space. The g-pawn pushes 2 squares to g4. The black knight on h5, and at the same time it guards the proud knight on f5. Now look at the strain. Black's knight on h5 is attacked, and white's bishop on b5 is attacked, both at once. Tension stretched right across the width of the board. Black's knight steps back out of danger. It returns home to f6. See the board as it stands, just before the next turn. White's king still waits on f1. In the far corner, the rook has yet to move. A white knight stands proud and deep on f5. A pawn sits forward on g4. The light bishop lingers on b5, under fire. Black's king is still at home on e8. The queen rides high on g5. A black knight rests once more on f6, and that old pawn still bites on f4. Everything is wound tight. One side is about to commit. And white makes the quiet move that sets the trap. The rook lifts from the corner to g1. It steps onto the open g-file, behind its own pawn, and it does something far more cunning. It calmly leaves the bishop to its fate. White is saying, take my bishop on b5 if you wish. I have other plans. For the rook on g1 and the pawn on g4 now lean together against the black queen on g5, ready to push her about. And here black reaches out and takes the bishop. The c-pawn captures on b5. A whole piece is won. To the eye, black is the one who is ahead. But this is the slip the game will remember. The stronger move was to leave the bishop alone and play the pawn to h5 to hit White's pawn on g4 and break the gathering storm before it could form. That patient defense would have kept the queen out of harm and turned the extra piece into something that lasts. Instead, the queen sits on g5 with nowhere peaceful to go. White's pawn can come to h4 and shove her, then on to h5, winning time with every push. Each step a tempo, each tempo a brick in the attack White has been waiting to build. So black holds the extra piece in his hand, and White holds something else entirely, the open lines, the loose black queen, and a plan already taking shape. White turns toward the king side now, where the queen stands exposed and begins. White reaches out a hand. The pawn beside the king lifts and steps 2 squares forward to h4. It is a small lunge with a sharp purpose. It pokes at the black queen, who has settled on g5. Move along, it says. You cannot stay. And the queen agrees. She slides down to g6, keeping her watch over the king side. White pushes again, the same pawn onto h5. Now it touches the queen a second time on g6. Again she must choose a square. Back she goes to g5, the post she just left, as if circling the same warm spot. Watch what White does now. The queen lifts from d1 and travels out to f3. She takes the long light diagonal and the open f-file, eyeing the dark business ahead. There is a quiet threat folded inside this move, and black feels it. The black knight that stood on f6 steps backward, all the way home to g8. It is a retreat. The knight uncrowds the queen and guards the soft squares near the king. But it is also a knight gone quiet, tucked in the corner, far from the fight. Now White collects. The dark bishop swings out and takes the loose pawn on f4. And in the same breath, that bishop stares straight at the black queen on g5. She is attacked, so she moves down to f6, where she leans on the long dark diagonal. From f6 she looks toward b2, toward the sleeping rook in White's corner. White brings the last knight to life, out to c3. Plain, useful development. Black answers by sliding the dark bishop out to c5, aiming it at the empty g1 corner. Here a colder modern eye sees a softer line. It would rather black played the queen to c6. That quieter move would have steadied things, kept the king's road home a little clearer. Instead, the bishop on c5 reaches for ambition, and ambition is what White wants from him. Let the board settle in your mind for a moment. White's king still sits on f1, with a rook beside it on g1 and a rook asleep on a1. Black's king stands on its home square, e8 not yet castled, still in the middle. White's pieces lean forward, queen on f3, bishop on f4, knight on c3, pawn spearing up the h-file. Black has grabbed material and space on the queen side, but its king side is bare, and its king is exposed. Everything is tense, leaning, waiting for one side to commit. And White commits. The knight leaps from c3 to d5. It lands in the center with a fork of threats. It attacks the queen on f6 and eyes the squares around the black king. Now black makes a fateful choice. Instead of tending to the danger, the queen dives to b2. She snaps off the pawn there and turns her glare on the sleeping rook in the corner, a 1. It is greedy, and yet by the cold count of modern analysis, it is even the strongest try. Black is winning a war of pieces far across the board, while the king is left to fend for itself. This is the heart of the famous game, one player counting captures, the other weaving a net. White plays the bishop to d6. It is a strange, beautiful gesture. The bishop steps deep into Black's camp and simply sits. It blocks the d-pawn, it freezes the bishop on c5, and it dreams of the dark squares by the king. Here, truthfully, a colder eye frowns. It would rather White had played the rook to e1. That calmer move kept everything bound together. Bishop to da6 lets Black off the hook, if Black sees it. And Black does not see it. The bishop on c5 reaches out and takes the rook on g1. Another piece swallowed. The material gap yawns wider still. But this, too, is now seen as a slip. There was something sharper. Black could have taken the corner rook with check first. Queen takes a 1, check, seizing the move and the initiative. Instead, Black took the nearer rook without check and handed White one free, precious breath. White uses it. The center pawn pushes to e5. Quiet as it looks, that pawn slams the door. It walls the black queen away from the kingside, far from her king. From here on, Black's army on the queen's side is a crowd at the wrong end of the house. Now Black takes the last rook, queen to a 1, with check. White's king is in check, and Black has feasted. 2 rooks, a bishop, a clutch of pawns. By any playing count, Black is enormously ahead, and it will not matter at all. White simply walks the king up to e2, stepping out of check. See how little White has left: a queen on f3, 2 knights, the bishop deep on d6, and a few pawns. But every one of those pieces points at the black king. That is the whole secret. Black's king on e8 needs help, and soon. And here comes the final misstep. The knight in the corner. No, the other one, the queenside knight, jumps to a 6. A modern eye winces here. It wanted the bishop on c8 to come to a 6 instead. With the bishop on a 6, Black could have covered the key escape square by the king and clung on. But the knight went to a 6, to the rim, where it guards nothing that matters now. Let the whole board take its final shape in your mind. This is the picture just before the end. Black's king stands on e8, hemmed in by its own men. On c8, the light bishop. On d7, a pawn. On f7, another pawn. On g8, the lone knight. Far away, Black's queen sits triumphant on a 1, with the dark bishop beside her on g1, winners of a battle that no longer counts. And White? The king on e2, the queen poised on f3, the bishop planted on d6. A knight commanding the center from d5, covering c7 and e7 and f6. And a knight on f5, the spear point, leaning toward the bare squares around the black king. 3 small white pieces against a whole army, but the 3 are pointed like a dagger, and the army is asleep in the corner. Now it begins. The knight on f5 springs to g7, with check. It grabs the pawn there and gives the king a shove. The black king must move. It cannot go to f8 or d8 while that knight covers the way. No, it steps aside to d8. The king walks off its home square onto d8, drawn toward the waiting bishop on d6. And now the move the whole world remembers. White's queen, the last great piece, the one thing of real value White owns, lifts from f3. She flies the length of the board and lands on f6. Check. She offers herself. She sits one square from nothing, defended by nothing, simply daring black to take. And black must take. The knight on g8 is the only thing that can answer the check. Knight takes queen on f6. Feel why this works. The queen on f6 checks the king on d8, striking down the dark diagonal. Black could not run. Every flight square is sealed by white's own little pieces or blocked by black's own crowd. Black could not capture with the king, too far away. Only the corner knight could reach f6. So the knight takes the queen, and, in taking her, the knight leaves the square it was guarding. It was the entire point of the sacrifice, to pull the last defender off its post. The knight that retreated to g8 long ago, the piece that fled the fight, is dragged forward to do the one thing that loses. Now the board is utterly still, and white plays the quietest move of all. The bishop steps from d6 to e7. No capture, no fanfare. It simply touches down beside the black king and says, "This is the end." Checkmate. Let us see why the king cannot breathe. The bishop on e7 gives the check right against the king on d8. Take it? The king cannot. The knight on d5 guards e7. The bishop is protected. Run to c7? The same knight on the 5 covers c7. That door is shut. Run to e8? The knight on g7 watches e8. That door is shut too. Step to d7. Black's own pawn stands there. To c8, black's own bishop fills the square. Every escape is sealed, half by white's 3 small pieces, half by black's own untouched army. And nothing can come between bishop and king. The check is from 1 square away. So the king stands trapped on d8, surrounded by its riches, with no square left in all the world. White gave away both rooks. White gave away the bishop's twin. White gave away the queen herself. And mated with a lone bishop and 2 knights, while the enemy queen sat idle in the far corner. That is why, long after, players still call this the Immortal one. Not because of what was won, but because of what was so gladly given away. The board is finished now. The kings can stop their counting. The bishop rests on e7. The knights stand guard. The pieces will not move again. Let the picture soften and go dim, square by square, until only the warm dark is left. The game is over. Let it rest. The board is still now. The last move has been made, and nothing more is asked of it. Let the pieces soften where they stand, the kings and the pawns going quiet in the dark. The squares lose their edges. Black and white blur into one warm, shapeless grey. There is nothing left to watch for. No threat, no defence, no move to find. The game is finished, and it will keep, perfect and complete, exactly as it was played. Let it go now. The board fades, and the room grows dark around you. Your thoughts can slow to match it, one quiet breath after another. Nothing more to follow, only the dark and the soft weight of rest. Sleep well. Good night. Berlin, 1852, a schoolteacher who spends his days explaining mathematics to boys sits down in his free hours to do the thing he loves most, give pieces away to chase a king. His name is Adolf Anderssen, and the game he is about to play will be remembered, more than a century on, as the Evergreen. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Across the board sits Dufresne, a writer, a Berliner, a devoted player who has come to test himself against one of the great attackers of the age. This is the romantic era of chess, when a beautiful attack was prized far above a safe little point. And Anderssen plays in exactly that spirit, bold, generous, willing to part with material if it opens a path to the enemy king. Piece after piece will be offered up until the finish arrives in a single sweeping flourish. Years later, the champion Wilhelm Steinitz paid it a tribute that gave the game its name. He called it an evergreen in the crown of the departed chess hero, and the name has stayed with it ever since. Close your eyes now and let the board take shape in the dark. White at the near edge, black at the far, every piece still home, waiting. White begins the way so many great games begin. The king's pawn forward 2 squares to e4. A single step into the center, claiming space, opening lines for the bishop and the queen. Black answers in the mirror. The e-pawn comes to e5, planting its own flag in the middle of the board. 2 pawns, face to face, each holding the other still. White brings out the king's knight from g1 to f3. It leans in toward the center and eyes the pawn on e5. A quiet threat, the most natural move on the board. Black defends, calm and sure. The queen's knight steps to c6, guarding e5, doing 2 jobs at once. Now White's light bishop slides out to c4. Picture its diagonal, a long, clear road reaching all the way to f7. That square f7 sits just in front of the black king, guarded only by the king himself. It is the soft spot in black's camp, and the bishop has already found it. Black mirrors once more. The dark bishop comes to c5, aiming back down the board at White's own tender square, f2. This is the old Italian opening, 2 bishops drawn, 2 diagonals crossing, the position poised and even. And here White does something bold. The b-pawn leaps forward 2 squares to b4. It stands right in the path of black's bishop, offered up for free. This is the Evans Gambit, a pawn given away on purpose to buy time and fire. White is saying, take my pawn, and while you spend a move grabbing it, I will build. Black accepts the gift. The bishop captures on b4, lifting the pawn from the board. Now White has the lead in the race, and a plan to seize the center. The c-pawn steps up to c3. It nudges the black bishop and quietly prepares the big push in the middle. Black's bishop slides back along the diagonal to i5, staying active, still pinning nothing but watching. And now the center bursts open. White's pawn drives forward to d4. 2 white pawns on c3 and d4 stand shoulder to shoulder in the heart of the board. They strike at e5 and demand answers. Black takes, the e-pawn captures on d4. Now picture the whole board for a moment. White's king and queen still stand at home, but the pieces are uncoiling. That bishop on c4 still stares down at f7. The knight on f3 is poised. A lone black pawn sits deep on d4, won but undefended, a small trophy in dangerous country. White does not rush to win it back. Instead, the king tucks itself away, White castles kingside. The king slides to g1, the rook swings to f1, and the corner closes like a door. White is ready now, fully housed, while black's king still lingers in the center. And black, instead of catching up, pushes that little pawn onward to d3. Onward, into White's half of the board, slipping past the squares where it might have been recaptured. It is a clever, stubborn idea, The pawn refuses to be eaten, and it clogs white's lines for a while. But it costs black time, and time is the very thing this gambit feeds on. Now white's queen wakes up. She swings out to b3. Feel what just happened on that long diagonal. The queen on b3 and the bishop on c4 now both aim at f7. Two attackers, trained on the one square in front of the black king, and only the king to guard it. The threat is real, take on f7, and black's position would crack open. Black must meet it, and the answer is a graceful one. The black queen steps out to f6. From f6 she guards f7 a second time, and she glares back down at f2, white's own sore square. One move, defending and threatening at once, the balance held by a thread. White pushes again, calm and relentless. The e-pawn advances to e5. It strikes at the black queen on f6 and shoulders her away from her post. She cannot stay, she must move, and the defense of f7 loosens. The queen retreats sideways to g6. Still watching, still poised, but a step further from her king. Let the board settle in your mind again. White's pawn now stands proud on e5, a wedge driven deep. The bishop on c4 still burns along its diagonal. The queen sits on b3. White is castled, safe, every piece leaning toward the black king. Black has two bishops and an extra pawn far advanced on d3, but the king still has no home. It is the gambit's bargain laid bare. Black holds the material, white holds the fire. White brings the rook into the game. From f1 it shifts to e1, taking the open file behind the e-pawn. The rook stares straight up the board toward the black king's quarter. Every white piece is now pointed the same way, like iron filings turned toward a magnet. Black hurries to develop and shield the king. The knight from g8 comes to e7. It blocks lines, supports g6, and reaches toward the safer squares. Black is trying to knit a shelter together. White finds another quiet, deadly idea. The dark bishop swings out to i3. See its new diagonal, i3, b4, c5, all the way to f8. It rakes across the board and pins down the squares where black's king would love to castle. That bishop quietly says, "You will not find safety on the king side." The black king is trapped in the middle, hemmed in by white's gaze. And now black makes a move that modern analysis shows to be a slight inaccuracy. The b-pawn advances to b5. It reaches out to slap the bishop on c4, hoping to win a moment, to chase the attacker off its diagonal. It is tempting, gain a tempo, push white back, but it lets the storm closer in. The quieter, stronger path was d5. Picture it? The d-pawn stepping up to d5, slamming the door on that bishop's diagonal, blunting the aim at f7. That move would have steadied black, closed the dangerous road, and held the extra pawn with far less peril. Instead, b5 opens a new line and offers white's queen a fresh target. And white does not hesitate. The queen sweeps from b3 and captures the pawn on b5. She lands deep in black's position, and look at what she touches now. From b5, she eyes the knight on c6, and she renews the old pressure toward f7 along the diagonal beside the bishop. The black king sits in the center, pieces scattered around it, white's queen and bishop circling closer. Every white piece is awake now, and black must answer with care. Black moves, and the rook on I8 slides quietly across to B8. It comes to rest on the open file, looking straight up at the white queen. She has wandered deep into enemy ground to snatch a pawn, and now she must answer for it. White draws her back. The queen retreats to I4. Out of danger, yet still watching the pale diagonal that runs toward the black king. Black's dark bishop steps from I5 to B6. It turns its gaze across the board, down onto F2, the soft square beside White's castle. Now White's last sleeping piece stirs. The knight on B1 comes to D2, and at last every white man has a part to play. Black answers in kind. The light bishop on C8 slips out to B7. It lies along the great diagonal now, peering past the center toward White's king in the corner. Only the black knight on C6 stands in its way. White's knight springs from D2 to E4 into the very heart of the board. From there it touches F6 and D6 and G5, and it dreams of leaping in among the black pieces. Black brings the queen to F5 beside the knight, both of them staring at White's home. Yet modern analysis points to a finer path not taken. That small black pawn on D3, the splinter buried deep in White's camp, could have crept on to D2. One step from becoming a new queen, tearing at White's rooks, buying black precious time. Instead, the queen swings to F5, and the splinter waits. White does not wait. The bishop on C4 swoops down and plucks the pawn from D3. The splinter is gone, and the bishop stands now on D3, awake on a new diagonal. From D3 it stares straight at the black queen on F5. She cannot stay, so she glides onto H5, edging toward the white king. Behind her, the bishop on B7 leans down the long diagonal, and the threat begins to gather. Now comes the move the world remembers, bold and not quite sound. The knight leaps to F6, right in front of the black king, and gives check. It offers itself on the very doorstep of the enemy. A colder, modern eye reveals a calmer way. The knight to G3, instead, striking the queen on H5, winning time without spending the horse. But Anderssen wants fire, not arithmetic. Black takes. The G7 pawn captures the knight on F6. And in taking, the shield before the black king is torn wide open. White's E5 pawn recaptures, stepping onto F6. A white pawn sits there now, a thorn beside the black king, smothering the dark squares around him. Black swings the rook from H8 to G8 onto the open file and aims it at the white king. Both kings feel the wind rising now. And here White plays the quietest move in all this storm. The rook on I1 steps softly across to D1. No check, no capture. It simply comes to the D file and looks down it toward D7, toward the black king. This is the move they remember. A silent rook laying the last stone of a trap that no one can yet see. Hold it in your mind, the rook on D1, watching D7. Black, sure of his own attack, reaches for the kill. The queen sweeps to F3 and takes the white knight. She threatens mate of her own now, down on G2, right beside White's king. For a heartbeat, both sides stand a single move from victory. But it is now seen that Black missed a crucial move. The dark bishop swung to D4 would have guarded the heart of his position and held the storm at bay. Instead, he grabs the knight and steps into eternity. Let the whole board take shape once more before the blow falls. White's king rests on G1. behind its pawns, quiet for the moment. The black king still stands in the center on e8, never having found safety. His rook sits beside him on g8. His queen has flown off to f3. A white pawn smothers f6, choking the dark squares by the black king. One white bishop fans out on d3, aimed across the board. The other stands far back on i3, seemingly asleep. Mark that sleeping bishop well. Its dark diagonal points toward e7 and f8, toward the very squares the black king must go. White's rooks hold the center on d1 and e1. The queen waits on i4. Behind the black queen, the bishop on b7 still gleams down the long diagonal. Two kings, two storms, and white to move. White strikes first. The rook on e1 crashes into e7 and takes the knight with check. A whole rook flung at the black king. Black takes it back. The knight from c6 recaptures on e7. Analysis shows the king should have fled to d8 instead. But by capturing, he leaves himself bare in the center, and now the storm breaks in full. Here is the immortal stroke. White gives up the queen. She flies from i4 all the way across to d7, takes the pawn, and gives check. She lands there guarded by the very rook that crept to d1. The black king cannot refuse her. She sits in check, right at his side. He takes the queen. The king steps onto d7. And now he stands utterly alone out in the open, far from any friend. The bishop on d3 slides to f5 and checks him along the diagonal. It drives the lonely king backward. He retreats to e8, the very square he came from. The bishop steps into d7 and checks once more. And here, at last, is the secret of that silent rook. The king would dearly love to simply take this bishop. But the rook on d1 guards d7. To capture would be to walk straight into its line. He cannot. So the king shuffles aside, into the corner to f8. And now the sleeper wakes. The bishop that has stood on i3 since the opening, patient, forgotten, sweeps the whole length of the dark diagonal and takes the knight on e7. Check. And mate. See how the black king is caught, there on f8. He cannot take the bishop beside him. The little white pawn on f6 guards e7 and would answer any king that dared. He cannot slip back to e8, the bishop on d7 covers it. He cannot flee to g7, that pawn on f6 covers it too. And his own rook fills g8. There is nowhere left to go. The board has closed around him like a slow hand. Checkmate. It is finished. Two bishops, a single pawn, and the whisper of a rook brought the king down, while the white queen lay given up on d7, never to be recovered. They have called this game the Evergreen ever since. A green leaf that never fades. Adolf Anderssen, in Berlin, more than a century and a half ago, left this little fire burning. For anyone who cares to close their eyes and warm their hands by it. The pieces are still now. Let them rest where they fell. And let the board fade softly into the dark. Sleep well. The board will keep until morning. Good night. New York City, the autumn of 1956. In a back room of the Marshall Chess Club on a quiet October evening, a 13-year-old boy sits down across from a respected American master. Donald Byrne, seasoned and calm, has the white pieces. The boy, Bobby Fischer, has the black, and what he is about to do here will be loved for the rest of the century. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. They simply call it the game of the century. Byrne is no one to take lightly, an experienced champion, unhurried, sure of himself. And Fischer, on this night, is just a schoolboy, quiet, unassuming, with an extraordinary gift no one in the room has fully seen yet. The game begins softly, the pieces drifting out into a calm, familiar opening. Then, around the 11th move, the older master loses a little time, and the boy begins to stir. On the 17th move comes the thing people still speak of, all these years later. The boy quietly offers up his queen, his most powerful piece. It will look like a gift. In truth, it is a trap of remarkable depth, and from it his little pieces will dance until they weave a perfect mate. Close your eyes now, and let the board take shape in the dark, the pieces resting on their home squares, waiting to begin. White moves first and moves quietly. The knight from G1 steps to F3. Black answers in kind, the knight out to F6, two horsemen eyeing the center, saying little. White reaches wider now, the pawn to C4. A second front, claiming space toward the queenside. Black plays G6, making a little room. You can feel a bishop preparing to breathe along the long diagonal. The other white knight comes to C3, leaning toward the middle of the board. And there it is, the bishop slides out to G7, settled in the corner of its own making, staring clear across to the far side. White builds the center, the pawn to D4. Two pawns abreast, broad and confident. Black castles kingside. The king tucks into G8, the rook swings beside it to F8. Safe for the moment. White develops the dark bishop to F4, out beyond the pawns, looking down the long road toward B8. Black strikes at the heart of things, the pawn to D5, challenging C4 face to face. White brings the queen out early to B3. She presses on D5 and casts a glance at F7, the soft square near Black's king. Black resolves the tension. The pawn on D5 takes on C4. White's broad center loosens. The queen swings over to C4, taking the pawn back. She belongs there, active, central, watchful. Black plays C6, a small, solid move. A door pulled quietly shut, a square made ready. Now White claims it all, the pawn to E4. A vast pawn center, E4 and D4 side by side, the kind that wins games or becomes a target. Black brings the knight from B8 to D7, unhurried, developing toward the coming fight. White connects, the rook to D1, lining up behind the D pawn, down the file where the battle will run. Black's knight hops again, D7 to B6, nudging the white queen, asking her where she means to live. The queen steps to C5, far from home, deep in Black's half, commanding squares, but a little exposed out there alone. And Black develops with a sting. The bishop comes to G4. Now look closely. The knight on F3 is pinned. Behind it on that diagonal sits the rook on D1. The knight cannot move without losing the rook. White plays the bishop from F4 to G5, leaning on the knight at F6. But with a colder modern eye, this move is a slip. The quiet, better move was the bishop to E2, simply breaking the pin, unknotting everything, keeping the whole position sound. Instead, the bishop wanders to G5, and a boy of 13, across the board, is about to show why that matters. Black answers with a thunderbolt dressed as a small step. The knight leaps to I4. From From I4 it strikes at the queen on C5 and at the knight on C3 and dares white to take it. Because if the pawn captures, B2 takes I4, then the knight on F6 springs to E4, forking the queen and the bishop in a single bound. White declines and slides the queen back to I3, out of danger, off into the edge of the board. Black takes. The knight on I4 captures the knight on C3. White recaptures with the pawn. B2 onto C3. The queenside pawns are doubled now, the structure frayed. And black strikes the center. The knight from F6 captures the pawn on E4. See how bold this knight is, sitting in the very heart of white's position, almost rude. And from E4 it attacks the bishop on G5. White must answer. White's bishop takes the pawn on E7, snatching material and threatening the rook on F8. But black does not even glance back. The queen swings to B6. She settles on the long diagonal toward F2, beside the white king, and presses down on the pawn at D4. Quiet menace gathering. White develops the light bishop to C4, with tempo, aiming at F7 and trying to steady the king's corner. Black takes again. The knight returns. E4 captures C3. Another pawn gone. And from C3, the knight forks the rook on D1 and reaches toward E2, right beside the king. White finds a clever defense. The bishop slides back from E7 to C5, blocking the diagonal and attacking the black queen on B6. Black does not flinch. The rook comes from F8 to E8, with check straight down the open file at the white king on E1. The king must step aside to F1. It has lost the right to castle. No shelter near it now, only the open board. Let the whole picture settle in your mind, just as it stands. White's king sits on F1, exposed. No pawns to hide behind on that side. The white queen is far away on I3, marooned at the edge. One rook rests on D1, the other still on H1, never moved. The knight waits on F3, still pinned by the bishop on G4. White's two bishops stand close together, one on C4 eyeing F7, one on C5 glaring at the black queen on B6. And black is all coiled menace. The queen on B6, the rook freshly checking from E8, the knight planted deep on C3. The dark bishop on G7 rakes the long diagonal. The bishop on G4 still pins the white knight to its rook. And yet, by the simple count of wood, black is behind. White holds a whole bishop more. An experienced master, a queen and a bishop to the good, against a boy of 13. And the boy is about to play the move that will carry this game's name down the years. Black plays the bishop from G4 to E6. He offers his queen. The bishop on C5 is still attacking the black queen on B6, and instead of saving her, black sets another piece down in the fire. For the bishop on E6 attacks white's bishop on C4, and quietly murmurs, "Take my queen if you dare." Because if white does take, the bishop on C5 capturing the queen on B6. Then the bishop on E6 takes the bishop on C4 with check. And the white king must run, and a storm begins that nothing can call back. Modern analysis, looking back across the years, shows another path. White did not have to take her. Instead of the queen, white could have played the queen to C3, sweeping back to capture the knight, giving up the grand prize to blunt the attack. Grim, and a piece down, but still breathing. Still a game. But the prize gleamed too bright. White reached for the queen. The bishop on C5 captures the queen on B6. For one heartbeat, white is enormously ahead, a whole queen to the good. And now it comes. The bishop on E6 takes the bishop on C4 with check. The white king steps back to g1, the only square open to it. The knight on c3 springs to e2. Check again, leaping right to the king's side. The king returns to f1. There is nowhere else for it to go. And the knight strikes from e2. It captures the pawn on d4 with a discovered check. As the knight slips away, it unveils the bishop on c4, whose gaze runs clean down to the king on f1. Check from the bishop, while the knight quietly pockets another pawn. This is the windmill, beginning to turn. The knight steps out and takes. The king is checked. The knight steps back and takes again. The king retreats once more to g1. And the knight coils, ready to spring again. The knight on d4 has been crouched there a long while. Now it springs to e2, and it lands with check. The smallest of moves. A single knight leaning right against the white king on g1. Black is a piece down on the board, a whole queen given away, far behind us now. And yet it is white who cannot breathe. The king has only one square. White plays king to f1, stepping aside. And here is the quiet trick of it. Far across the board, on c4, a black bishop is looking down a long pale diagonal, c4, d3, e2, f1. Straight at the white king. Only the knight on e2 stands in the way, blocking its own bishop's line. So the knight simply steps off that line, knight to c3. And as it goes, the bishop's stare lands on the king. Check again. A discovered check. The knight moves, and the bishop behind it does the striking. White retreats once more. King back to g1, into the corner of its own home. Now black collects. The pawn takes the white bishop sitting on b6. That bishop had been a thorn near the black king. It is gone, swept off quietly by a humble pawn. Count the board now, slowly. White still has the queen, far off on i3. 2 rooks, a knight, a row of pawns. Black has 2 rooks, 2 bishops, a knight, all of them awake, all of them pointing the same way. On paper, white is richer. On the squares that matter, black owns everything. White swings the queen across to b4, hunting for some counterplay, some check of its own. There was a steadier path here, but it would not have saved the game, only slowed the fall. Black answers without fear. Rook lifts to i4, and there it faces the white queen, eye to eye. The queen slides on and takes the pawn on b6, a small meal. And now the knight on c3 pounces. It takes the white rook on d1. A whole rook gone. The knight that danced from d4 to e2 to c3 has earned its supper. White is unraveling. A pawn goes to h3 just to give the trapped king a breath of air. Black is in no hurry. The rook on i4 reaches down and takes the pawn on i2. See where that rook sits now. i2, deep in white's own back garden, beside the cowering king. The king shuffles up to h2, climbing away from the danger. And the little knight on d1 is not finished. It hops to f2 and takes another pawn. Knight and rook side by side in white's camp, eating the position alive. White tries to trade away the trouble. The last rook comes to e1, offering itself. Black takes it. Rook from e8 captures on e1. The white queen lunges with a check, queen to d8, the first real threat white has made in a long time. Black calmly drops the bishop back from g7 to f8, and the check is smothered. White's knight takes the rook on e1, clawing one piece back. Now a soft, beautiful move. The light bishop glides from c4 to d5. From d5 it rakes the long pale diagonal all the way toward the white king's shelter and the pawn on g2. Nothing is taken. The bishop just takes up its post, patient, aimed at the heart. White's knight returns to f3, trying to hold things together. And the black knight steps to e4, the proudest square on the board, planted in the center, untouchable. The white queen drifts to b8, far away, looking for something to do. There is nothing. Black pushes the b-pawn to b5. A small, easy breath, the kind you take when you know you are winning. White advances a pawn to h4. Black mirrors it. The pawn pushes to h5. The king side locks. White's knight jumps to e5, the last try to make some noise. And black's king takes a single, tidy step to g7. A quiet move, but listen to what it does. It frees the dark bishop on f8 to swing into the attack. Let the whole board settle in your mind, just as it stands, before the end begins. The white king sits on h2, in the corner, hemmed in by its own pawns on g2 and h4. Its queen is exiled on b8, its knight on e5 is alone, with nothing to defend. And around the white king, black's forces are gathering like weather. The knight stands on e4. The light bishop watches the long diagonal from d5. The dark bishop waits on f8. And deep in white's camp, that rook still sits on i2, already behind the lines. Everything is in place. Now it begins, and it does not stop. First, white brings the king home, king back to g1. And the dark bishop swings out, bishop to c5, with check slicing along the diagonal into the king. The king slides to f1. The knight springs to g3, with check. The king steps to e1. Now the dark bishop strikes again. The bishop slides to b4 check, along a new diagonal. The king is being walked out into the open, square by square, with no say in where it goes. King to d1. And here both bishops are working at once. The light bishop drops to b3, check. b3, c2, d1. It pins the king to the spot from across the board. The king crawls to c1, hunting for a hole. There are no holes. The knight leaps to e2, with check. The king slides to b1, pressed against the edge. The knight follows. The knight springs to c3, check. And the king is herded to c1 once more. And now picture this final shape, because it is the one that will be remembered. The white king on c1, the black knight on c3 beside it, the light bishop on b3, watching c2 and d1. Deep in the corner, that patient rook still waits on i2. The rook lifts and comes down to c2, and that is mate. Let it land slowly. The rook gives the check, one square from the king, but the king cannot take it, because the bishop on b3 is guarding c2, holding the rook in place like a hand on its shoulder. Can the king run to b1? No. The knight on c3 covers it. To d1? No. The bishop on b3 and the knight both watch that square. To b2 or d2? No. The rook itself covers them both, sitting on c2 between them. Every door is shut. The rook, the two bishops, and the little knight have sealed the king inside a room with no walls left to it. And far away on b8, the white queen sits and watches, the richest piece on the board, and it cannot lift a finger. That was the whole idea, given away moves and moves ago. A queen traded for a net of small pieces, and the net never tore. Checkmate, with a rook held softly in place by a bishop, in a game played by a boy. The board is still now. The pieces hold their final shape, and nothing more needs to move. It is finished. Let it rest there, just as it is. And there the board rests, the last move made. The king run out of squares. Nothing left to calculate now. The position holds its shape in the quiet. Let the pieces soften where they stand. The kings, the rooks, the lone pawn that mattered. Let the files and the diagonals go dim, one by one. The squares lose their edges. Light and dark blur into the same warm dark. The board dissolves, and there is nothing you need to follow anymore. A game played long ago, finished long ago, carried gently into now. Paris? The year 1750. In a candlelit coffee house, the man thought to be the finest player alive sits down with the white pieces. He is the Sieur de Legal de Caire M. Or, and in a moment he will appear to throw his queen away by mistake and leave behind the only game of his that survives. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. This is very old chess, more than 2.5 centuries behind us now. The place is the Café de la Régence, where masters gathered for hours over cups of coffee and unhurried games. Legal was a teacher as well as a champion. His finest pupil, a young man named Philidor, would one day surpass him entirely. But not yet. Tonight the old master is at his board, and across from him sits an opponent remembered only as Saint Brie. What follows gave its name to a famous little trap, Legal's mate. This was the romantic age of chess, long before clocks and theory, when a player prized a daring attack far above a safe little point. Legal de Caire More was the reigning lion of that age, the strongest player in France through the middle of the century, holding court at this single board for years on end. He gave odds to almost everyone, often a whole night, and still won, and from his chair the modern French school of chess was quietly born. His pupil Philidor would carry that school out into the world and write the book that taught Europe how to play. But the master left only this one game behind. Of his opponent, almost nothing is known. A gentleman called Saint Brie, a name kept alive by a single evening, and by the trap he walked into. 2.5 centuries later, that trap is still the first thing a child is shown when learning to beware a gift. It has outlived everything else about both men. The queen offered up like a gift, 3 small pieces stepping quietly forward, a net closing around the king in one of the oldest and loveliest tricks in all of chess. So close your eyes, let the board take shape in the dark behind them, the pieces in their places, the 2 armies set, the kings still home, nothing yet decided, waiting. White has the move. And white begins the way so many great games begin. The king's pawn steps forward 2 squares, to e4. A small step, and the whole center belongs to white for a moment. That single pawn does quiet work. It opens a road for the queen, and a longer road for the light bishop, slanting out toward the far side of the board. Nothing is threatened yet. Only doors opening. Black answers in kind. A pawn of his own, forward 2 to e5. The 2 pawns stand a square apart, facing one another, neither able to touch the other. It is the soundest reply there is. Modern analysis offers nothing better. The center is shared now, evenly, like 2 hands resting on the same table. White brings out a piece. The king's knight rises to f3. And as it lands, it looks straight at that black pawn on e5. One attacker on a pawn with no defender yet. The knight leans on that pawn, and the pawn has no friend to lean back on. A colder, modern eye calls this the cleanest move on the bucco. So already, there is a small question on the board, asked very softly, how black will keep that pawn safe. Again, this is the finest move available. Develop and threaten in a single breath. Black gives his answer. A pawn comes forward 1 square to d6. Quietly, it props up the pawn on e5. Now the knight's stare meets a wall. It is solid, it is careful, it is a little modest too. Because that same pawn on d6 closes a door in front of black's dark bishop. He has chosen safety over freedom, a house with the curtains drawn. There was a livelier path. A knight to c6 would have guarded the pawn and woken a piece in 1 stroke, and it is now seen as the stronger choice. Instead, the pawn does the guarding, and the dark bishop stays shut in behind it. Safe, but a step slower than it needed to be. White is a step ahead in waking his pieces, and he means to keep that lead. So now the light bishop comes out. It slides to c4 and takes up a long, beautiful diagonal. Follow that diagonal with your mind's eye from c4 across the open board. It runs all the way down to a single square near the black king. The square f7. Hold that square in your thoughts. It matters more than any other on the board. Because f7 is the one weak point in black's house. Every other pawn around the king is guarded by a piece. That one is guarded by the king alone. It is the square a beginner is warned about first, because only the king tends it, and a king is a poor guard. The bishop simply waits there, patient. The bishop has not touched it. It only looks, but it never looks away. This is the old wisdom of the opening, played out slow. Knight and bishop both pointing inward toward the soft heart of the other side. Now it is black's move, and here the story truly begins to turn. Black reaches for his light bishop, the one on c8. And he sends it out all the way to g4. Now picture what that bishop does from g4. It looks back along its own diagonal, straight at the white knight on f3. And behind that knight, on the same line, sits the white queen, still at home on d1. A colder, modern eye would rather have finished developing a knight to f6, the bishop to e7, and castled the king into safety before reaching for tricks. The pin looks aggressive, yet it commits a piece to the far side and leaves the king sitting in the center. That hesitation is the seed of everything that follows. This is a pin. The knight is caught between the bishop in front of it and its own queen behind. If that knight were ever to step aside, the bishop's gaze would fall upon the queen. And no one gives up a queen to save a knight. So, in black's mind, the matter is settled. The knight on f3 is frozen, nailed in place, unable to move. And if the knight cannot move, then the pawn on e5 is safe behind it forever. You can almost feel black's quiet satisfaction. He has tied a white piece down and kept his own pawn whole. It feels clever, it feels strong. And this is exactly where the beauty of this little game is hiding. Because a pin lives only in the mind that respects it. The knight is pinned to the queen, but a knight is not chained to the queen. It can still leap, it can still strike. The only cost is the queen herself. Most players would never pay such a price. Almost no one would even look. One diagonal carries black's bishop onto the white queen. The other carries white's bishop down onto f7 and the black king. Two lines of force crossing in the middle of a calm-looking board. Black is sure the pin holds everything together, and white is looking at that frozen knight and beginning, very quietly, to wonder what it would cost to let it move. White brings the last sleeping piece to life. The knight on b1 swings across to c3. A natural move. It guards the pawn on e4 and it looks toward the heart of the board. Nothing seems to be happening yet. Just two armies leaning toward the center. It is a calm, useful move, though modern analysis would push the center pawn forward instead, straight at the heart of Black's cramped position. But look again at the bishop on g4, sitting on Black's side of the board. It stares down a long diagonal, g4, f3, e2, d1, and on f3 stands White's knight, pinned. It cannot move without bearing the queen behind it. Hold that thread in your mind. It is the whole story to come. Now it is Black's turn, and Black makes a small, soft move. The pawn in front of the king's knight slides forward, g7 to g6. A quiet step. Perhaps a home is being made for the dark bishop to sit on g7 and gaze across the long diagonal. It is not a mistake you would scold, but it is a little slow. The patient path was a knight to c6, developing a piece and guarding the pawn on e5. That single pawn on e5 is doing a great deal of work, and it has very few friends. With g6 instead, no new defender arrives. The pawn stands a touch more alone. This is the moment a colder eye marks as the real slip. One loose pawn, one missing defender, and the door to the famous trap swings open. A small thing, the kind of thing that only matters if someone is paying very close attention. White is paying very close attention. And now comes the move this whole game is remembered for. The pinned knight moves. From f3, it leaps forward and takes the pawn on e5. Let that settle for a moment. The pinned knight has moved. The shield has stepped aside, and behind it the white queen sits on d1, suddenly in the open. The bishop on g4 looks straight down the diagonal at her. Nothing stands between them now. And here is the secret the pin hid. The knight does not merely escape, it captures, and it strikes at f7 and the pawn shield in the same breath. Modern analysis confirms it cold. This is simply the best move on the board, and White stands clearly better whatever Black now chooses. To almost any eye, this looks like a terrible blunder. White is simply hanging the queen. Take the queen, and surely White is lost. That is what the position whispers. But it is a lie. This is the famous trap. The queen is bait. White has seen further than the loss of the queen. White has seen all the way to the end. Now Black must choose, and here the game turns on a single decision. There was a safe road. Quietly recapture the knight with the d6 pawn, taking on e5. Then White would have answered by taking the bishop on g4 with the queen, and the storm would have passed. Black would be down only a single pawn, a long, dull game, but a living one. That was the road not taken. Instead, the queen was too tempting to leave standing. The bishop sweeps down the diagonal from g4 all the way to d1 and takes the white queen. The most powerful piece on the board gone, carried off. 300 years on, this exact lunge is still named for the old Frenchman, the one trap every beginner is taught to fear. If you were sitting across the board, you would feel a flush of triumph, the queen in your hand. It is the losing move, the one mistake the whole trap was built to invite. A colder eye sees it at once as the one move that loses on the spot. Even keeping the bishop back, away from the queen, would have left Black merely worse, not lost. Because White never wanted that queen. White wanted the king. Picture the board now, very clearly, before the blow falls. Black's king still sits on its first rank, on e8, with no pawn shield in front of it now. The black bishop is far away on d1, deep in White's camp, holding the captured queen. White's pieces, meanwhile, are gathered close around the black king. A knight sits on e5, planted in the center. A bishop stands on c4, aiming down its bright diagonal straight at f7. And f7 is the tender square, the one guarded only by the king itself. A second knight waits on c3, ready to spring. Now White strikes. The bishop on c4 takes the pawn on f7, and it gives check. The bishop lands right beside the black king, touching it. Check. Only the bishop, not the knight, gives this check. It is the move that drives the king forward, and modern analysis sees the mate already, just 2 moves away. The king is in danger and must move at once. Could the king simply take the bishop? It is right there. But to take it would pull the king further into the open, with the knights waiting. No safety down that road. So the king steps sideways instead, from e8 to e7. This is the best square left to it, and still it is not enough. The king has walked forward, out into the air, onto e7. Closed it is now, no pawns in front, enemy pieces all around. Let us look once more at the whole board, in the last quiet breath before the end. The black king stands alone on e7. White's bishop sits on f7, just to the king's side, covering both e8 and e6 along its diagonal. The square behind the king and the square just ahead of it, already taken away. White's knight on e5 reaches its quiet arms toward d7 and towards c6 and g6. So the king cannot slip back to d7 either. That door is shut. And White's other knight still waits on c3, the only piece yet to speak. Black's pieces are scattered and asleep. The far bishop on d1. The rooks and queen and knight still on the back rank, doing nothing. Everything White owns points at one lonely king. Everything Black owns looks the other way. Now the last piece moves. The knight on c3 leaps to d5. And that is checkmate. Let it hang there for a moment. Checkmate with the queen long gone. From d5, the knight reaches out and gives check to the king on e7. A knight's check cannot be blocked. Nothing can step into the way of it. So the king must run, or the knight must fall. Let us try every door softly. Back to e8. The bishop on f7 covers it. No. Forward to e6? The same bishop covers that too. No. Sideways to d7? The knight on e5 is watching that square. No. Up to f6? The new knight on d5 guards it. No. Every square around the king is taken, each one held by a different white piece. Then surely the checking knight can be captured? Look for a defender of d5. The black queen on d8 is blocked by its own pawn on d6. No knight reaches it. No pawn attacks it. The bishop is far away on d1, facing the wrong way. The little knight stands on d5, untouchable, and the king has nowhere to go. This was the one square that did everything at once, checking the king, while a knight and a bishop quietly held every flight square. The road not taken, grabbing a stray piece instead, would have thrown the win away. Checkmate. A bishop and two knights woven together into a perfect net. And the queen, the great prize that was taken with such joy, never mattered at all. That was the trick of it. White gave away the strongest piece to keep the three small ones in exactly the right places. Three modest pieces, each guarding one escape, each finishing the work of the others. This is why the game has been told and retold for hundreds of years. Legel himself left no other game, no treatise, only a reputation passed mouth to mouth. This single evening is the whole of what we keep. A queen offered as bait, a king drawn one step into the open, a knight landing softly to close the door. The whole pattern fits in the palm of your hand, and yet it has fooled players for centuries. There is nothing left to play. The king cannot move, cannot hide, cannot be saved. The board falls still. The pieces stand where they finished. The bishop on f7, two knights on e5 and d5, the lonely king on e7. Let the board fade into the dark, gently, just as it is. The game is finished. Let it rest. And there the board rests, the last move made, the pieces still where they fell. Let the squares fade now, light and dark loosening into one soft grey. The kings, the pawns, the long diagonals, all of it dimming quietly. Nothing left to defend, nothing left to chase. The game is finished, and it will keep exactly as it was for whenever you wish to find it again. There is nothing more for you to follow. You can let the picture go. Feel how still the room is, how easy the dark. The board is gone now, dissolved into the quiet. Sleep well. Good night. Good night. Vienna, 1910. In the smoke and chatter of an old cafe, two friends sit down across the board, a quiet young thinker named Richard Reti, and the witty, fearless Savioli Tartakower. 11 moves later, it is over. Reti will lay his own queen down beside the enemy king, a gift that cannot be refused, and the most famous miniature in all of chess will be complete. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Reti is barely past 20 here, still years from becoming one of the great thinkers the game would remember. In time he would lend his name to a whole opening and write some of the most admired books the game has ever known. Tartakower is the other half of the picture, clever, sharp-tongued, famous for the jokes he scattered across the board. He would become famous for his sayings that the winner is the one who makes the next to last mistake, that no game was ever won by resigning. They are friends and rivals both, the kind who meet again and again over coffee and a chessboard. This is the romantic age of chess, when a player prized a beautiful attack far above a safe little point, and a sacrifice, freely given, was the highest art of all. Vienna in those years was one of the great homes of the game, its coffeehouses thick with masters arguing over the board late into the night. This particular evening, their game runs short and swift, hardly more than a handful of moves. They met like this, often two sharp minds testing each other over coffee, neither yet at the height of the fame that waited for them both. But folded inside it is a single thunderclap, one offering at the very end that no one who sees it ever forgets. It is often called the most famous miniature in all of chess, a complete game, begun and finished, in fewer moves than most games take to leave the opening. More than 100 years on, it is still shown to beginners on their first day, and still admired by masters on their last. A tiny game, with one unforgettable surprise waiting near the close. So close your eyes now, and let the board take shape in the dark. 16 pieces aside, untouched, waiting. The pale squares, the dark ones, the two armies facing each other across the middle, ready to begin. White has the move. And the first thing to break the stillness is a pawn. The king's pawn sliding forward 2 squares to e4. A single foot soldier, alone in the center, claiming the ground around it. It is the oldest opening move there is. Open the lines, let the bishops breathe. A colder, modern eye would just as soon push the other center pawn first, but this is a matter of taste, not of right and wrong. Now black must answer. And the answer is soft. Not a charge into the middle. Just a small step, the c-pawn, from c7 to c6. 1 quiet square forward. This is the caro-can, a patient defense. Black is not rushing to meet white in the center, not yet. That little pawn on c6 is laying a foundation. Because next, black wants to push the d-pawn forward, and when it comes, the c-pawn will be there to support it. Build first, strike later. White does not wait. The second pawn comes up beside the first, the d-pawn, forward 2 to d4. Now picture it, 2 white pawns, side by side on e4 and d4. A broad wall across the center of the board. This is exactly what white wants, space, room for the pieces to pour out behind that wall. The strongest move on the board and the most natural. And now black makes good on the promise. The d-pawn steps out from d7 to d5. Straight up the board until it stands face to face with the white pawn on e4. Feel that tension for a moment. The black pawn on d5 and the white pawn on e4 are staring at each other on the diagonal. Either one could take the other. And behind the black pawn stands the little one on c6, guarding it, ready to recapture if white strikes first. So white will not strike there, not into a defended pawn. Instead, white brings out a piece. The queen's knight from b1 to c3. The first knight of the game, and it goes to work at once. From c3, it adds a second defender to the pawn on e4. A colder, modern eye slightly prefers pushing the pawn forward instead, gaining space at once. But the knight move is calm and sound, and loses nothing of meaning. So now the tension in the center tips toward white. The pawn on e4 is guarded twice, the pawn on d5 only once. If the pawns trade, white comes out ahead in the count. Black sees it, and so black is the one to resolve the tension. The d-pawn captures d5 takes e4. It slides diagonally and lifts the white pawn off the board. The first capture of the game. This is the heart of the caro-can's bargain. Black hands over the center to be rid of all tension, trading a little space for a clean, simple game. Where there were 2 white pawns in the center, now there is one, alone again on d4. And a single black pawn sitting on e4, deep in white's half. But it will not sit there long. White takes it back. The knight on c3 leaps to e4, scooping up the pawn. Now see where that knight stands. Right in the heart of the board on e4. A knight in the center is a knight at its strongest. From there it reaches out in every direction, squares on both wings, deep in black's position. This is the whole point of the caro-can. Black has given white that fine central knight. But in return, black has no weaknesses and a clear, simple plan to develop. And the first step of that plan comes now. Black's king's knight rises from g8 to f6. And as it lands, it looks straight at the white knight on e4. one knight attacking the other. It is the most natural move on the board and the soundest. Black develops a piece and asks white a plain question at the same time. The white knight is challenged. It cannot simply stay. Now the usual thing here is quiet and clean. White trades, knight takes knight on f6, and the game flows on, even and untroubled. Or the knight just steps aside, back to a safe square, and life goes on. But this white has something else in mind. The queen comes out, from d1 to d3. An early move for the most powerful piece, and it is no accident. From d3, the queen reaches up to the knight on e4 and props it up. So white refuses to trade. The knight on e4 stays exactly where it is, now defended by the queen behind it. It is now seen as a small indulgence. The simplest path was just to trade the knights off and play on equal terms. But Reti wants more than equal terms. The queen on d3 is quietly aimed up the board towards squares the black king has not yet thought about. It is an ambitious choice, a little provocative. White is saying, I like my knight in the center and I will keep it there. And something about that queen out so early seems to invite black to push back. So black pushes back. The king's pawn jumps forward too, from e7 to e5. And with that single step, the calm cracks. Look at what e5 does. It strikes directly at white's lone pawn on d4. A colder modern eye would rather have simply taken the white knight in the center first, keeping things quiet and equal. This thrust is more ambitious, and a touch loose it opens lines while the black king still sits in the middle, and that will matter more than anyone can see right now. Pawn challenges pawn, right in the center. Black is throwing the door open, fighting for the middle of the board, daring white to make something happen. If white takes, d4 captures e5, then the lines fly open, and that black knight on f6 is no longer tied to home. Pieces will come loose. The queens will begin to feel each other across the board. This is the moment the game stops being an opening and starts becoming a fight. Two armies, most of them still at home, but with the center about to catch fire. The white knight glowing on e4, the queen behind it, the pawns crossing swords on d4 and e5. And it is white to move, with a choice to make, and the whole shape of the game waiting on it. The board waits, and it is white to move. The pawn on d4 reaches across and takes the black pawn on e5. A small capture, the kind that is easy to overlook. But that white pawn now stands on e5, and it leans forward against the black knight on f6. And notice, the white queen on d3 and the black queen at home are now staring along the same open lines. The pieces are beginning to find each other. Black does not pause. The black queen slides out from d8 to a5 and gives check. A long, thin diagonal from a5 all the way down to the white king on e1. It is a natural check, but a colder modern eye would first snap off the white queen on d3, a simpler road that keeps black firmly ahead. By checking instead, black leaves that white queen alive on the board, and it is exactly that queen which will deliver the blow at the end. The king cannot ignore it. So the bishop steps from c1 to d2 and closes the door on the check. The simplest answer and the best one. And quietly important, the bishop steps onto d2, where in a few moves it will stand between its own rook and the enemy king, a piece that blocks now and will spring later. Now the black queen swings forward and takes that pawn on e5, She sits in the very center of the board, on e5. And from there she stares at the white knight on e4, a single step ahead of her. Black is a clear pawn ahead now, the center bristling with his pieces. Everything looks well, but his king is still uncastled, and that is the crack in it all. The knight looks lost. Surely it must move. But white has a different thought. Instead of saving the knight, the white king makes himself safe. King and rook move together, castling the long way to the queenside. The white king tucks away to c1, and the rook swings across to d1. Feel where that rook now points straight up the open d-file. This is the move behind the whole combination. Reti ignores his hanging knight entirely and instead loads the open file, pointing the rook at the heart of black's position. Hold it there in your mind on d1, patient, watching the column. Black accepts the gift. The knight on f6 captures the knight on e4. A clean pawn ahead, pieces in the open. Black must feel the game is his. And yet this is the very moment it slips away. From here, modern analysis sees a forced mate. Every black reply now leads to the same quiet end. There was no saving move left. The trouble was already woven into the position, waiting only for white to draw the final thread. But look once more at the e-file, from top to bottom. At the very top, the black king, still on e8, never castled. Below him, his own queen on e5. And below her, the knight freshly landed on e4. King and queen, one above the other, on the same open line. And nothing of white stands between them now. On d3, the white queen has been waiting all this time. Very still. And now she moves. The white queen lifts from d3 and travels the whole way to d8. To the back rank, to the side of the black king himself. Check. Stay with this a moment. The mightiest piece on the board has placed herself where the king can simply take her. Right next to him on d8. And she has no protection at all. The rook on d1 would dearly love to guard that square. But its own bishop, sitting on d2, blocks the way. So this is no clever defense, no hidden support. It is a queen offered up freely for nothing. And it is the one move that wins. Anything slower lets black wriggle free. Only this gift, given at once, holds the king fast. The point is not the queen at all. It is the square she vacates and the square she drags the king onto. She dies to open the file. And the king has no choice but to accept. The check leaves him no block and nowhere to run. His own pieces hem him in. So the black king takes the white queen. From e8 across to d8. He cradles her there, captured on d8. But see what the king has become. He has been drawn forward onto the open d-file. Out in front of that, waiting rook on d1. Only the bishop on d2 still stands between them. And that bishop is about to step aside. The white bishop glides from d2 up to g5. Check. Another long diagonal, g5, f6, e7, down to the king on d8. And as the bishop leaves d2, it clears the square behind it. Now the rook on d1 looks straight up the file, at the king, with nothing in the way. This is the whole machine working at last. The bishop checks on one line, while the rook wakes on another. Two pieces, two fires, and the king with only one door. The black king is caught between two fires at once. He cannot remain on d8, the rook commands it. He cannot flee to e8 either. For then the rook would fall to d8, and that would be the end. Just one road stays open. Every other square is taken from him, by the rook on the file, by the bishop on the diagonal, by his own crowded men. One step, and only one. The black king steps away to c7. Off the diagonal, off the file, out into the open, searching for air. The black king, alone now, on c7. And gathered all around him, his own pieces, close and powerless. The white king sits quietly on c1, and most of white's army still sleeps at home. Two pieces awake. Two pieces are all that white will need. And the move that ends it is a soft one. The bishop travels back along the long diagonal from g5 to d8. It comes to rest just one square from the black king. Check. And here the game ends. This is mate. The same bishop that gave the first check now gives the last, returning along its diagonal to the square the queen died on. Let us walk slowly through why the king cannot move. He cannot take the bishop on d8. The rook on d1 guards it, straight up the open file. He cannot run to d7, nor to d6. That same rook covers every square along the line. He cannot slip away to b6. The bishop, from d8, watches that diagonal too. And every other door is shut by his own men. The knight on b8, the bishop on c8, the pawns on b7 and c6. His own army holds him fast, while the bishop touches his shoulder. There is no capture, no block, no escape. Checkmate. A queen given away, and two small pieces left to finish the work. The whole game turned on that single offering at d8. Reti was barely past 20 when he played it, and it followed him all his life, the young man who gave away his queen to a friend and won. The gift the king could not refuse and could not survive. Richard Reti against Saverly Tartakower in Vienna, long ago. A handful of moves and an ending remembered for more than 100 years. The pieces are still now. The kings can stay exactly where they stand. The game is finished. Let the boards soften, the squares fading, the lines going loose in the dark. The kings, the pawns, the long diagonals, all of it dimming like a window losing the last of the light. There is nothing left. New York, the autumn of 1857, the first American Chess Congress, the young country's very first great tournament, and at its center a gentle, brilliant 20-year-old from New Orleans named Paul Morphy. Across the board sits Louis Paulsen, a thoughtful German player, famous for thinking very, very slowly, and this is their final game, played to decide first place. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. This is the game remembered for one of the most beautiful queen sacrifices ever played. Paul Morphy had come up from New Orleans almost out of nowhere. In a few short weeks, he had beaten every strong player the country could field. He was not even a professional. He was a young lawyer, too young yet to practice, simply waiting out the months until he came of age. And chess filled the waiting. Across from him, Louis Paulsen, a German who had settled in the American Midwest, a man who could sit an hour over a single move and never lose the thread of it. This was the romantic age of chess, when a player gave up material gladly for the sake of a beautiful attack, and a slow, grinding win was almost bad manners. The two of them had risen above the rest of the field, and this last game would settle who stood first. So the hall leaned in, expecting fireworks. What it got, at first, was patience. And the moves they were about to see would travel ahead of the young man all the way to Europe, where the great masters were waiting to be challenged. For a long while, nothing seems to happen. The pieces simply gather quietly in the center. And then Morphy does something astonishing. He gives away his queen. Not a loud sacrifice, not forcing, just deep and patient and sure. They say Paulsen sat and thought for more than an hour before he dared to take it. Slowly the bishops and rooks close in and the wind takes shape. It helped make young Morphy famous across the world. Black is Morphy, white is Paulsen. Let it unfold slowly. Close your eyes now and let the board take shape in the dark before you. White moves first, and the first move is the oldest one there is. The king's pawn steps forward 2 squares to e4. Black answers in kind. A pawn to e5, square against square in the middle of the board. 2 pawns, face to face, neither able to take the other. The game leans on them like a hinge. White brings out a knight to f3, leaning on the black pawn at e5. Black defends it the simplest way, a knight to c6. Now white calls up the second knight to c3. And black mirrors him, a knight to f6. 4 knights out, 2 on each side, the position even and unhurried. White reaches for a bishop and sets it on b5, the long, slanting pin, against the knight on c6. Black does not flinch into defense. The dark bishop swings out to c5, pointing across the board toward white's castled corner to come. A colder, modern eye slightly prefers a small knight thrust here instead, but the bishop, aimed across at the empty corner, is the move of a player who already smells the attack. See it for a moment. Both sides developed, both kings still in the center, every piece looking outward. White castles, king to g1, rook to f1. The king tucks behind its pawns. Black castles too, the same side, king to g8. 2 kings now in their corners, the board open and ready between them. And here white makes his first real decision. The knight on f3 takes the pawn on e5. A pawn won. It looks like simple profit. But notice what it lets go of. The bishop on b5 no longer holds the same threat, and the center begins to breathe. Black does not hurry to take the knight back. Instead, the rook lifts to e8 onto the open file and stares straight down it. Look along that line. The black rook on e8, the white knight on e5, and behind it the white pawn on e4. The rook pins the knight against the pawn in a quiet way. The knight has nowhere comfortable to go. White resolves it by trading. The knight on e5 takes the knight on c6. Black recaptures, but with the d-pawn taking back on c6. A small thing, easy to pass over, but it matters. Black's pawns on the queen side are doubled now, 2 of them stacked on the c-file. In return, the center has opened, and the rook on e8 breathes down a clear road at the white pawn on e4. And the bishop pair stays in black's hands, both bishops alive, both with long diagonals ahead of them. It is now seen as a small concession. White could have kept that knight on the board, slipping it quietly home, instead of trading it away. By taking, he hands black the 2 things he most wants: an open road through the center, and both bishops left alive on their long diagonals. White retreats the bishop from b5 to c4, eyeing the soft square at f7 by the black king. It is now seen as a misstep. The plain retreat, straight back to e2, would have left white with nothing to fret over. On c4, the bishop only invites the very pawn that is about to chase it, and loses a step in the chasing. Black pushes a pawn to b5, shoving the bishop away and gaining a step. It feels brisk, and it is, but here the truest path lay elsewhere. The sharper move was a knight leap to g4, swinging the knight toward White's king before chasing the bishop at all. That knight, hovering near f2 and h2, would have set White real problems to solve. The pawn push is fine, only slower. A small loosening, a half breath given back. White slides the bishop back again, from c4 to e2, out of the pawn's reach. And now Black strikes in the center. The knight on f6 takes the pawn on e4. The pawn White had pocketed is paid straight back. The material is level again. But look closer. This capture is the door swinging open. The black knight sits on e4, and behind it, on the same file, the rook still waits on e8. White must answer it. His own knight on c3 takes the intruder, on e4. And the rook comes down the file to recapture. Rook takes on e4. Feel how Black's pieces are pouring toward the center, one after another, down that single open lane. The rook now stands boldly on e4, deep in White's half of the board. White meets it with the bishop from e2 to f3, attacking the rook and claiming the long diagonal at once. That bishop leans across the board past c6, all the way toward the far corner. It is his best try, the one piece doing real work, and yet that single bishop is most of White's plan, while Black's pieces keep arriving. The rook steps back, but not far, only to e6, still on the file, still watching. It is a patient retreat. The rook holds the open line and keeps its choices wide. White plays a small, sturdy pawn move, c2 to c3, building a little wall and making room. And now comes the move that gives this game its hush. The black queen leaves her home and drops deep into White's position, all the way to d3. No capture, no check, just a queen planted in the heart of the enemy camp. Sit with where she sits. From d3 she touches the back rank pathways and the soft squares around White's king. She freezes White in place. Pieces that want to move find her watching the squares they would step to. This is the quiet kind of move that wins games, not loud, just suffocating. Modern analysis is fond of this square. The queen attacks nothing, and yet she ties White's whole house together. From d3 she watches the bishop's road home, the squares where the rooks would like to land, the soft holes around the king. Whatever White reaches for, her shadow is already on it. That is why so little of his army can stir at all. White feels the squeeze and tries to push back on the far wing, a pawn to b4, nudging the dark bishop. Black simply slides the bishop one square back, from c5 to b6, keeping the same long aim at White's corner. Look at that bishop on b6. Its diagonal runs clean across the board toward g1, toward the king. White keeps expanding on the queen side, a pawn forward to a4, prodding at the black b-pawn. And Black takes, the b-pawn captures on a4, opening lines on the very side where White had hoped to grow. The position is wound tight now, like a held breath, and it is White who must find a way to loosen it. The white queen slips all the way across the board and takes the little pawn on a4. It looks like nothing more than a free pawn, one far from the king's. Black answers softly. The light bishop steps from c8 to d7. A quiet move, but not the best one. On b7, the bishop would have looked straight down the long diagonal toward the white king. Instead it sits on d7, its own pawn on c6 blocking the view. White loosens the grip a touch as well. The rook lifts from a1 to a2, guarding the second rank. The sharper path was simply the queen to a6, pressing at once. Black brings the other rook into the fight, at 8 to e8. Now both black rooks stand on the e-file, one behind the other, staring up the board. Picture it for a moment. The white king on g1, tucked behind 3 pawns, f2, g2, h2. His queen far away on a4, and only the bishop on f3 near home. Black's queen sits deep on d3, the rooks doubled on the e-file, the dark bishop on b6 eyeing the diagonal to g1. Everything of black's looks toward the white king, everything of white's looks away. The white queen advances, f4 to a6. She leans on the black bishop on b6, busy with her own errand, and leaves the king side to fend for itself. It is now seen as the wrong errand. The truer path kept the queen close to her own king, where the storm was already gathering. Instead, she is the whole length of the board away, chasing a bishop, while the door behind her stands open. And here black plays the move this game is remembered for. The queen from d3 takes the bishop on f3. No check, no shout. Just a queen laid quietly against a pawn. If white were to look away, the queen would have won a piece outright, and the king's cover would start to crack. But the capture begs to be answered. The pawn on g2 can take her. And white takes, g2 takes f3. The greatest piece on the board, given up for a bishop and a pawn. Modern analysis confirms what Morphy saw by feel alone. This is the strongest move on the board, and it is already winning. The point was never the bishop she takes. The point is the pawn beside the king, which must capture her in return. Had white somehow left the queen alone, she would simply have carried off a piece and kept her place deep in his camp. So the pawn takes, and in taking, it steps off the file in front of its own king and tears the last cover away. But look what the capture has done. The g-file is torn open, straight to the white king on g1. And a black rook is already waiting to use it. It swings from e6 to g6. Check. This was the whole idea, folded inside the gift. The queen was given so that this rook could reach the open lane to the king. The king has no shelter on the open file. He hurries into the corner, g1 to h1. Now the second bishop joins from d7 all the way to h3. It stands one step from g2, and the threats begin to gather around the cornered king. White reaches back for help. The rook from f1 to d1. A small misstep. Better to have hurried the queen home to d3 to defend. It is now seen as the moment white could have clung on a little longer by hurrying the queen back to defend the very squares the bishop is reaching for. Black does not wait. The bishop drops onto g2, check. The king steps off the corner, back to g1. And now the quiet machine begins to turn. The bishop takes the pawn on f3, and as it moves, check. For stepping off, g2 opens the file once more, and the rook on g6 strikes the king behind it. A discovered check. The bishop captures. The rook checks, both in the same breath. The king slides away to f1. The bishop follows him. f3 to g2. Check again. Back to g1 goes the king. And the bishop lifts to h3. And again the rook behind it checks. Another discovered check. The king is rocked from square to square like a boat on slow water. He has answered every check, yet he is no safer than before. This is the part that men copied out by hand and carried across the ocean. A king walked from square to square and never once let free. Into the corner once more, king to h1. Now, the dark bishop, the one that has waited all this time on b6, comes crashing in. He takes the pawn on f2. Two bishops now, deep in the white camp, one on f2, one on h3, and the king sealed in his corner. There was an even quicker way, a check on g2 first, but it changes little. White is grasping for any defender at all. The queen finally races home, the whole length of the board, a 6 to f1. She guards the squares about her king and offers herself to hold the line. It is the only move that breathes at all, and modern analysis agrees there is nothing better, only a slower way to lose. Black accepts. The bishop on h3 takes the queen on f1. And the rook on d1 takes the bishop back on f1. When the dust clears, both queens are gone. But count the field, and black has the greater army, 2 rooks, a bishop and pawns to spare. And the white king still stands alone in the corner on h1. Black tightens the net. A rook comes down to e2, onto the second rank. White's rook slides quietly home, a 2 back to a1. And the other black rook swings across, g6 to h6. Now it points straight down the h-file at the king. See the whole board as it stands. The white king pinned in the corner on h1, a single pawn on h2 before him. His rooks far off on a1 and f1, his last bishop asleep on c1, pawns on b4, c3, d2. And black, his king untouched all game, resting on g8. A rook on h6 bearing down the h-file, a rook on e2 along the second rank, a bishop on f2 holding the dark squares by the king. Everything aimed at one small pocket of air around the white king. White pushes a pawn, d2 to d4, hoping to wake the sleeping bishop on c1 and send it to the defense. It is the last hope, and black closes the door on it. The bishop slides from f2 to e3. Quiet again, no check. Just a bishop, coming to rest on one square. But that one square decides everything. Consider the position. By leaving f2, the bishop clears the whole second rank for the rook on e2. Now that rook guards the pawn on h2 and the square right beside the king. And from e3, the bishop covers g1, the king's only door out of the corner. So picture the blow that is coming. The rook on h6 takes the pawn on h2, and that is check. The king cannot take the rook back. The other rook, on e2, guards that square along the rank. He cannot flee to g1. The bishop on e3 holds it shut. He cannot slip to g2. Both black men cover it. There is no piece to throw in the way, and no square to hide in. That capture on h2 is mate, and against it white has no answer. And the bishop on e3, set down without a sound, is what makes it so. The whole storm, the queen given away, the king hunted corner to corner, comes to rest on this one silent square. A queen sacrificed not with a roar, but with a whisper. They say Paulsen needed the better part of an hour to take that queen, and at the end of it could find nothing better than to take. Within the year the game had crossed to Europe, and the name New Orleans had given the world began to mean something to every player alive. And the mate that follows arrives the same way. The white king stands in his corner with nowhere left to go. The board is still now. The pieces have said all they mean to say. It is finished. Let it rest there, just as it is. The shape of it all loosens, the lines going quiet. The board fades, square by square, until there is only the dark. Good night. Breslau. The summer of 1912. A great German chess congress, the finest masters of the age gathered over the boards. On one side, Stepan Levitsky of Russia, with the white pieces. On the other, Frank Marshall, the leading American master, a man who hunted beauty in the wildest positions. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. That old city is known today as Wrocław in western Poland, but in 1912 it was Breslau, and the eyes of the chess world were on it. Marshall had a gift for the bold and the surprising. Where others saw danger, he saw a chance for something unforgettable. He had been the United States champion for years and would hold that title for nearly 3 decades, the longest reign the country has ever known. He founded the chess club in New York that still bears his name, where players gather over the boards to this day. And he was famous for the swindle, for conjuring tricks and traps out of positions that looked already lost. And in this game he found it, a single quiet move so astonishing it has been told and retold for more than a century. Across the board sat Stepan Levitsky, a respected Russian master, sound and steady, on most days a hard man to beat. This was the great congress of the German Chess Federation, in the last summer of peace before the world tipped into war. The masters of Europe had gathered in Breslau, and it was still an age that prized a daring attack far above a safe little point. He would place his queen, the most precious piece he owned, on a square where 3 enemy men could reach out and take it. And yet not one of them could. Every capture led only to ruin. The story goes that the delighted onlookers showered the board with gold coins, so it has been called, ever since, the gold coins game. Levitsky resigned at once. Marshall had his masterpiece, and Black had won. In the years since, the game has been printed in countless books, and the move at its heart is shown to children just learning to play. Levitsky would be remembered, more than anything, for sitting on the wrong side of it. Now close your eyes and let the board take shape in the dark before you. White has the first word. The queen's pawn steps forward to d4, and the center is claimed without a struggle. Black answers softly, a pawn to e6. Just a small door open for a bishop, nothing more for now. White plants a second pawn beside the first, to e4. 2 pawns abreast across the middle of the board, broad and confident. And Black strikes at it, a pawn to d5. It leans against the e4 pawn and quietly asks it a question. White answers by developing. The knight comes to c3. It shields the e4 pawn and fixes its eye on d5 at the same time. Black pushes a second pawn forward to c5. Now both of Black's wings press inward, leaning on White's pawn at d4. White brings the king's knight to f3. Natural, unhurried, propping up the d4 pawn from behind. Black mirrors the gesture. The other knight comes to c6. It adds its own weight to the push against d4. And now the first capture of the game. White's e4 pawn takes on d5. The tension in the center snaps. A pawn vanishes, and the lines begin to breathe open. Black recaptures with the e6 pawn. He takes d5. Now see what remains standing in the middle. Black has 2 pawns side by side, on c5 and d5, holding the center together. White has a single pawn, alone on d4, facing them both. White develops the light bishop, a modest step to e2. Reading to castle, unhurried, content to wait before committing to anything sharper. Black's king's knight slides to f6. It guards the d5 pawn and reaches toward the squares near White's king. White castles, king and rook glide together on the king's side. The king tucks into the corner, wrapped in its own pawns. Black brings the dark bishop to e7. A quiet, dependable square clearing the way along the back rank. Now White's other bishop swings out to g5. It leans on the f6 knight, pinning it lightly against the queen behind it. Black castles too, the king settling into its own corner. Both kings are home now, mirror images, side by side on the king's side. Now White decides to resolve the tension. The d4 pawn captures on c5. It takes Black's advanced pawn, and for this moment, White is a pawn ahead. But that pawn now sits far away on c5, deep in enemy ground, with no friend to guard it. A prize perhaps, but a hard one to hold. Modern analysis calls this the right choice. The capture is fully sound, and for a moment White is simply a pawn to the good. The trouble is only that the pawn stands stranded in Black's half, and winning it back will cost White precious time, the one currency that matters here. Black doesn't reach for it. Instead, the light bishop steps to e6. Developing, defending the d5 pawn, looking quietly across at White's king. Then White's knight leaps from f3 into the middle to d4. And from that central square, it looks two ways at once. At the knight on c6, and at the bishop on e6. Black takes the stray pawn back. The e7 bishop swings down and captures on c5. Material is even again. And that bishop now rakes a long, open diagonal straight toward White's king. This is the soundest recapture. The pawn comes back, the count is level, and the dark bishop wakes on a diagonal pointed at the heart of White's camp. Now White strikes in the center. The knight takes the bishop on e6. On its face, a simple trade, a knight for a bishop. But it does something quieter and more lasting. It breaks Black's pawns apart. Black must recapture toward the middle. The f7 pawn takes on e6. It is still seen as the best move on the board. The knight gives itself for the bishop, but in the trade it shatters the wall of pawns sheltering Black's king. There was a quieter road, swinging a knight out to the edge and leaving the structure whole. White chose the sharper path instead, and in doing so handed Marshall exactly the kind of open, restless position he loved best. And now look closely at Black's pawns. Two of them stacked one above the other on the E and D files, e6 and d5. Doubled, a little isolated, with no neighbor to lend a hand. On a quiet day, a weakness to be nursed for the whole game. But this is not a quiet day, because the f-file has just swung open, right in front of Black's king. And a black rook already stands waiting at the foot of it on f8. So here is the bargain Black has struck. The pawns are frayed, but in return, the pieces have come alive. The rook breathes up the open f-file. The bishop on c5 glares at the white king. Structure given away for energy. That is the whole story of this position. See it as it stands now, before White's next move. White, a tidy camp on the king's side, knight on c3, bishops on e2 and g5. Black, ragged pawns but restless pieces, all of them leaning toward the white king. And now white turns to those tender pawns. The bishop lifts from e2 and settles on g4. From g4 it stares straight down the diagonal at the weak pawn on e6, pressing exactly where black is thinnest. But there is a needle hidden in the move too. The bishop has stepped onto a square the f6 knight is watching, daring it, asking a question of its own, even as it asks one of the pawn on e6. A modern eye marks this as a small misstep. Chasing the weak pawn is tempting, but it leaves the white knight on c3 loose, with no friend to guard it. The cleaner path was to tuck that knight safely toward the edge first. Instead, a thread is left hanging in the position, and Marshall is exactly the man to find it and pull. The black queen lifts from d8 and comes to rest on d6. From there, she looks along the low diagonal all the way to h2, where white's king is hiding. White answers softly. The light bishop steps back from g4 into the corner to h3. It tucks itself away, but its eye still rakes across the long pale diagonal toward black's king. Black wakes the last sleeping piece. The rook on a8 slides over to e8. Now both black rooks face the center, patient, one behind the other. White's queen settles down to d2, keeping low, keeping things tied together. And the dark bishop shifts from c5 to b4. A small move with teeth. It pins the white knight on c3 against the queen sitting behind it on d2. That knight cannot move now without losing the lady. The whole position is now strung between a pinned knight and a tied down queen. Every move white makes from here must keep that fragile knot from slipping, and one slip will be enough. White decides the moment has come, and the dark bishop takes the black knight on f6. Black's rook swings upward to take it back, from f8 up to f6. An odd, lofted perch for a rook, riding high on the 6th rank. Hold that picture. That rook will have a part to play before the end. White's other rook comes to the open file in the middle, from a1 to d1. The black queen glides across to c5. From there she stares at f2, by the white king, and the pinned knight on c3 is still aching. White's queen sidesteps to e2, trying to hold the knot together. And now black pulls at the loose thread. The bishop takes the knight on c3. White must answer with the pawn. b2 takes back on c3. White's pawns on that side are split and stumbling now, a little ruin of doubled men. Then the black queen swoops down and takes the pawn on c3. A pawn is won, and Her Majesty is camped deep in white's half of the board. Modern analysis sees this whole sequence as clean and exact. The bishop is traded for the knight, white's pawns are left split and doubled, and the queen helps herself to one of them. It is the patient, grinding kind of edge that turns a lively game into a winning one. White hits back at once. The rook on d1 snaps off the lone pawn on d5. The count of pieces is roughly level again, but the board has caught fire. Let it grow still in the mind for a moment, just as it stands. White's king on g1 behind its 3 pawns. The queen on e2, a rook on d5, a rook on f1, the bishop on h3. Black's king on g8, the queen deep on c3, a knight on c6, the lofted rook on f6, the other on e8. Now comes the quiet thunderclap. The black knight leaps from c6 into the very middle to d4. It lands like a stone in still water. From d4 it strikes at the white queen on e2, and the pawn on c2, and the tender square f3. and nothing can chase it away. No pawn can reach it. It simply sits in the heart of the board. Modern analysis loves this leap above all else. From the very center, the knight cannot be driven off by any pawn, and it quietly covers the squares on which White's defense would need to stand. It is a move that does nothing loud, and yet leaves White almost no way to breathe. The White Queen must run from the knight's reach. The White Queen travels all the way to h5. It looks ferocious, the Queen swinging toward f7 and h7 by the Black King. But this was the slip, the small wrong turning. The better path was a step to e4 into the center. From e4, the Queen would guard and threaten in the same breath, and a little of the wind would leave Black's sails. Out on h5 she looks grand, but she is 1/2 step away from where the defense truly lived. Black takes the gift of time. A rook drops calmly back from e8 to f8. Now both black rooks are stacked on the f-file, leaning their full weight on f2. White's rook lifts off the center, sliding from d5 to e5, looking for prey. And the lofted rook makes its move at last, from f6 across to h6. It swings toward the h-file now, toward the thin roof over the White King. A colder eye preferred crashing a rook straight into f2 at once. Marshall's choice is slower, but it brings a second wave toward the king. White's queen comes back down to g5, eyeing that rook on h6. Black answers with steel. The rook on h6 crashes down and takes the bishop in the corner on h3. A clean capture, and now a black rook glares straight up the open h-file. It is the strongest move in the position. That bishop in the corner was the one piece guarding the pale squares around the White King. With it gone, the long diagonal and the open h-file become a single road, and it leads straight to the king. White tries one last lunge. The rook swings from e5 over to c5. It attacks the black queen on c3, hoping to shoo her away and steal a breath of time. So let the whole board take its final shape slowly before what comes next. White's king sits on g1, sheltered by pawns on f2, g2 and h2. Just beside it, a white rook on f1, the queen far out on g5, the other rook off on c5. Black's king rests on g8, with its own pawns on g7 and h7 for a roof. A black rook stands on f8, bearing straight down the file at f2. A second black rook sits low on h3, staring all the way up the open h-file. The knight broods on d4, untouchable, watching e2 and f3. And the black queen waits on c3, far from the king she means to hunt. White has just attacked her, fully expecting her to flee. She does not flee. The black queen steps quietly forward to g3. Right in front of the White King, onto a single square where 3 different white men could take her. And not one of them dares. Look first at the plainest reply. White's queen on g5 reaches over and takes her. Then the knight springs from d4 to e2 with check. It forks the king and the queen in one motion. The king must lurch aside, and the knight swallows the queen. Black walks out a whole piece ahead. That door is shut. Now let the f-pawn take her instead. f2 captures on g3. Again the knight jumps to e2, with check. The king has only one bolt hole, the corner, h1. And the rook on f8 comes pouring down the opened file to f1. Mate. The king is sealed in. Its own pawn on h2 blocks the last way out. So the f-pawn cannot take her either. Then surely the h-pawn, h2 simply captures on g3. But the instant that pawn lifts, the h-file is flung wide open. And the black rook waiting on h3 suddenly sees clear up the file to the white king. The knight leaps to e2, check, and this time it is mate where it stands. The king cannot flee to h1 or h2, that rook rules the file. It cannot run to f1, the other rook owns that one. 3 ways to take the queen, and every single one of them loses. And if white just leaves her sitting there, she comes crashing in herself, onto h2, onto g2, and mates the king alone. She rests on g3 like a jewel that no hand can pick up. The story handed down is that the watching masters were so dazzled, they showered the board with gold coins. Whether it happened quite that way, no one can truly say. But the move earned its golden name, and it has never lost it. Marshall lived another 30 years and more, and to the end this was the game his friends asked him to show. He had played in the strongest tournaments of the world, against the greatest names of his time. But it is this single, quiet, unthinkable move that carried his name down the century. There was nothing left for white to attempt. Levitsky let the clock stand and resigned. One queen placed where she could not be touched, and the game was over. The pieces are still where they came to rest, the knight on d4, the rooks on f8 and h3, the queen glowing on g3. Nothing more needs to be played. Let the board stay just as it is, the gold settling over it. And there the game rests, complete. Let the pieces stay where they fell, the squares going quiet beneath them. The board is fading now, the lines softening, the dark folding gently over the edges. No more files to watch, no diagonals to guard. Only the shape of a beautiful game dissolving into the quiet. The image of the board can fade. Nothing left to follow, nowhere left to be. Sleep well. Good night. Lodz, Poland, the winter of 1907. Across the board sits Akiba Rubinstein, calm, exact, said by many to be the strongest player who never wore the crown. Facing him, the white pieces, a rising talent of barely 20, Georg Rotlewi. What follows is a quiet masterpiece the world would come to call Rubinstein's Immortal. If a slow game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. It was a game from another world. The romantic age of chess was just then fading, an era when masters chased a beautiful attack far more eagerly than a safe little point. Lodz was a great mill town then, crowded and growing, a place where a strong chess culture had taken root among its players. Across the board, 2 of its sons. The white pieces belonged to Georg Rotlewi, barely into his 20s, a rising talent with a brilliant career seemingly ahead of him. That career would be cruelly short. Illness would soon end his play, and he would die young, leaving only a handful of games, this one chief among them. The black pieces belonged to Akiba Rubinstein, born poor, one of many children, who came to the game late and gave his whole life to it. He was quiet, shy to the point of suffering, and over the board he was something close to perfect, calm, deep, exact, drawn always to the clean and lasting move. In the years just after this game, he was perhaps the strongest player alive, and many believe he was the finest never to wear the world crown. The title match he earned was never played. War came, then hardship, then a long illness of the mind, and the crown stayed forever out of reach. But on this winter evening, none of that had happened yet. There was only a young man with the white pieces, and a master with the black, and an even position between them. What they built together over the next hours would outlast them both, and be studied for more than a century as one of the most admired combinations in all of chess. It begins as an even thing, a slow, patient struggle for the center, with nothing yet to mark it as legend. And then, near the end, Rubinstein begins to give the pieces away, one after another, in a flowing storm of sacrifice, until Rotlewi has no defense left to find and can only lay down his king. Close your eyes now, and let the board take shape in the dark, 64 squares, the pieces waiting, the first move about to be made. The board waits, the pieces in their ranks. White has the first word. And the first word is spoken in the center. The queen's pawn steps forward to d4. 2 squares, a flag planted in the middle of the board. Black replies face to face. The pawn to d5. 2 pawns toe to toe and neither willing to give way. White brings out a knight from g1 to f3. It leans toward the center, unhurried. Black answers with a small pawn move, e7 to e6. It opens a path for the dark bishop and steadies the pawn on d5. White plays just as softly, a pawn to e3. Modest squares on both sides, no fireworks, only 2 players laying their foundations. Then black pushes the c-pawn forward to c5. A question put to white's center. The pawn on d4 must answer it. White strikes on the wing instead. The c-pawn to c4. Now the tension rises. Pawns lean on one another across the middle. This is the heart of the opening, each side claiming the center, neither blinking. Black develops a knight to c6, leaning on d4. White mirrors it, a knight to c3 guarding d5. Notice how the game rhymes. Move answers move, and the 2 armies grow alike. Black's last knight comes to f6. 4 knights now, spread toward the center, like hands warming at one fire. Let the picture settle for a moment. White holds c4 and d4. Black answers with c5 and d5. A small knot of 4 pawns locked in the middle, each one guarding the next. Both kings still at home. Both pairs of bishops still asleep on the back rank. A calm, balanced morning on the board. Now comes the first capture of the game. White's pawn on d4 takes on c5. The center comes apart and a white pawn sits deep in black's half. It is the first small inexactness too. A colder modern eye prefers to clear the tension the other way, taking toward the center and keeping a slightly firmer grip. By giving up the d-pawn's post, white lets black's pieces breathe, and it is exactly that freedom black will lean on, move by move, all the way to the end. Black takes it back at once. The dark bishop sweeps out, from f8 all the way to c5. An even trade, but look at what black has gained. That bishop is awake now, aimed clear across the board toward white's side. From c5 it watches the squares near the white king before the king has even moved. This is the truest path too, the strongest reply played without hesitation. White answers with a quiet pawn to a3. Easy to pass over, but there is a plan folded inside it. It readies the b-pawn to push forward, to take space and to chase that bishop along. Black echoes it, a pawn to a6. The mirror again. Black prepares a push of his own. Now white expands. The b-pawn lunges to b4. It nudges the black bishop, telling it to move along. The bishop steps back to d6. Not a retreat in spirit. It settles on a fine diagonal, looking toward white's kingside, toward the square h2. a patient piece choosing its line for the long game still to come. White develops the other bishop now, out to b2. A fianchetto, the bishop tucked low behind its own pawns. And from there it gazes down the great diagonal from b2 toward g7 and the squares by black's king. Two dark bishops now, one on each side, each pointed at the other's home. Hold that thought. It will matter, later, more than you know. Black castles on the king's side. The king slips to g8. The rook hops over to f8, safe behind its pawns. White lifts the queen to d2. It joins the rooks together and lends quiet weight to that long dark diagonal. Black's queen rises to e7. Off the back rank, ready to swing toward the king's side if the moment asks. White moves the light bishop to d3. Now it points along its own diagonal, toward h7, toward the black king. So both light bishops are aiming at the enemy castle as well. 4 bishops, 4 diagonals, all leveled at the 2 kings. The symmetry is almost eerie. Black chooses this moment to break the center open. The pawn on d5 takes the pawn on c4. Lines open. The middle clears, and the pieces feel all at once suddenly free. This is the sharpest path again, both players walking their narrow, perfect line. White's bishop recaptures on c4. Both armies are light on their feet now, poised, lean, nothing wasted. Black pushes the b-pawn forward to b5. It strikes at the bishop and seizes space on the queen's side in the same breath. Gaining room and gaining time, the bishop must move once more. And it does. White's bishop drops back to d3. Home again to that same hungry diagonal, leveled once more at h7 and the black king. Black lifts the rook from f8 and slides it quietly across to d8. It settles behind the d-file, behind a line that may one day open. White answers softly. The queen steps from d2 over to e2. A small move, but hold that queen on e2 in your mind. It will matter more than it looks. Now black wakes the last sleeping piece. The light bishop comes from c8 to b7. From there it breathes along the great diagonal, staring down the long road toward white's king. And white finally tucks the king away. Castling short, king to g1, rook to f1. Both kings are home now, and the pieces lean inward toward the center. Then black plays for contact. The knight on c6 springs to e5. It lands right in the heart of the board, eyeing the bishop on d3 and the squares near the white king. White does not hesitate. The knight on f3 takes the knight on e5. And black takes back. The dark bishop swings from d6 onto e5. Now the bishop sits proudly on e5, raking down the diagonal toward h2. This is the trade black wanted. The dark bishop no longer merely watches that long road, it owns it, and the soft pawn beside the white king is suddenly within reach. White gives it a gentle shove. The f-pawn goes to f4. The bishop must step back, and it slips home to c7. But notice, even from c7 it keeps that long diagonal, still patiently aimed at h2. White claims more ground. The pawn pushes to e4. Black brings up the reserves. The rook on a8 slides to c8. Now, both black rooks point into the center, loaded and waiting. Here white pushes once more, the pawn from e4 to e5. It strikes at the knight on f6 and grabs space. But this is a small slip. A quiet rook lift instead, f1 to f3, would have braced the kingside first. That rook on the third rank would have stood guard over the squares the coming storm will strike, and it is now seen as the move that quietly held everything together. Instead, the center overreaches, and a door swings open for black. And black opens it with check. The bishop swings from c7 to b6. Along the diagonal, it strikes the white king on g1. White steps into the corner, king to h1. Now the knight leaps from f6 to g4. It does not flee the pawn that chased it. It advances toward the king. From g4, it covers h2 and f2, the soft squares beside white's castle. Notice the daring of it. The pawn on f4 could simply take this knight, and yet to take it would tear open the gate beside the king and let the whole black army pour through. So the knight cannot really be touched. It sits there, untakeable, lending its quiet weight to every threat that follows. Keep that knight in mind. It is the quiet heart of everything that follows. White's bishop steps out from d3 to e4. Now two bishops face each other down the long diagonal. White's on e4, black's on b7. And between them, only the white knight on c3 is holding that bishop on e4 in place. Here white had one last chance to break the spell by simply taking the knight on g4 and accepting a hard, lesser game. It is now seen as the only road that did not lose. Instead, white reached for the bishop and left that single knight on c3 carrying far too much weight. Black is about to show how much. Black brings the queen into the storm from e7 all the way to h4. Now, look what gathers around h2, the queen on h4 and the knight on g4. Both of them stare at the little pawn beside the king. The threat is mate. The queen takes h2, the knight guards her there, and the king has nowhere to run. White must do something about it. So white plays the pawn to g3. It attacks the black queen on h4, and it does something quieter and cleverer. It opens the second rank. Now the white queen on e2 sees clear across to h2. So h2 is guarded after all, the mate is gone, and the queen on h4 must move. And here black answers with thunder. Ignoring the attacked queen entirely, the rook on c8 crashes down onto c3. It takes the knight, the very knight that was holding the bishop on e4. Without that knight, the bishop on e4 hangs by a thread. And the black queen still stands on h4, attacked, simply offered up. This is the hinge of the whole combination. The rook does not save the queen. It removes the one piece guarding the bishop and dares white to take the larger prize. If white declines and saves the bishop instead, the storm only grows, and modern analysis agrees there was no longer any quiet harbour left to reach. White accepts. The g-pawn takes the queen on h4. Black is down a whole queen now. A queen for a knight. White might have grabbed the loose bishop in the corner first, a small delay, but a colder modern eye finds that even that only postpones the same flood. The position is already past saving. By every ordinary count, this should be lost. But black is not counting material. Black is counting the squares around the king. Now comes the second blow, soft and deadly. The rook on d8 glides down to d2. It attacks the white queen on e2, the very queen that was guarding h2. Two black rooks now sit deep in white's camp on c3 and d2. Each rook does a single ruthless job. One has stripped away the knight. This one now drags the queen off the square from which she guarded the king. Neither can be safely ignored. If the queen runs, the attack breaks through, so white takes the rook. The queen on e2 captures the rook on d2. But the queen has been lured off the second rank, and h2 is bare again. And the bishop on b7 sweeps down to take on e4 with check. The diagonal to the corner lies open, e4, f3, g2, h1. Every capture so far has been in service of this one open line. The bishop did not need to take much, it needed only to see the king, and now it does. The bishop's eye runs straight into the white king. White must block, and there is only one way. The queen comes back to g2. It stands between the bishop and the king, but now it is pinned, frozen on the spot. Let the whole board take shape one last time. The white king is wedged into the corner on h1. In front of it, the pinned queen on g2, unable to move. Beside the king, only the lone pawn on h2 stands as a guard. White's rooks rest far away on a1 and f1, and the dark bishop on b2 is only a spectator. Now the black pieces. The bishop on e4, pinning the queen to the king. The bishop on b6, watching g1 from across the board, sealing that escape. The knight on g4, quietly covering h2. And the rook on c3, free, hunting for the way in. Everything black owns is aimed at one square in the corner. And the rook finds the road, from c3 all along the third rank to h3. It halts one square above the king's last pawn. This is the last quiet step, and it is now seen as the cleanest of several winning paths, the one that leaves white with nothing at all to answer. And here we see why this ends the game. Black threatens to take on h2 with the rook, and that would be mate. Picture it. The rook captures the pawn on h2, right beside the king. The queen on g2 cannot take it back. She is pinned by the bishop on e4. The king cannot take the rook. The knight on g4 is guarding that square. And the king cannot flee to g1. The far bishop on b6 covers it. No capture, no flight, no block. That is checkmate. And white has no way to prevent it from coming. Take the bishop on e4. The rook still mates on h2. Run the queen off that diagonal. The bishop's check is the same answer. There is simply nothing left to try. So white stops the clock and resigns. A queen was given away. A rook was given away. And the few quiet pieces that remained did the rest. A bishop, a knight, and a single rook woven into a net the king could not slip. This is the game they would come to call Rubinstein's Immortal. Won not by force of numbers, but by the geometry of a few perfect lines. Every piece on its square, each one guarding the next. There is nothing left to play now. The board can go still. Let it rest there, in the corner, in the dark. And let yourself rest with it. Good night. New Orleans, 1920. A quiet evening game, and one idea about to burn itself into the history of chess. On the white side, Edwin Adams, a local player and a patron of the game in his city. Across from him, a young talent from Mexico named Carlos Torre. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Torre was still early in his story then. In time he would become Mexico's first great master. But on this night it is Adams who finds the immortal thread. The opening is the Philidor defense, a quiet, old way of meeting the king's pawn. From that calm beginning grows one of the most famous ideas in all of chess. Again and again, White will offer his queen along the open center file. And again, the offer cannot be taken. For every capture would lose to a single quiet blow on the back rank. The pattern repeats, patient and merciless, until Black has no answer left. So close your eyes now and let the board take shape in the dark 64 squares, the pieces waiting, the story about to begin. Close your eyes and let the board come up out of the dark, square by square. The pieces are home, nothing has moved yet, only the quiet before the first step. White begins in the oldest way of all. A single pawn strides to e4. Black answers in kind. A pawn to e5. The two of them stand face to face in the middle of the board, neither giving way. White's king's knight comes out to f3, leaning gently on that black pawn. Black does not defend it head-on. Instead, a modest little pawn to d6, quietly propping up the pawn on e5 from behind. This is the old Philidor way, solid, a touch cramped, content to hold the center and wait. White is in no mood to wait. A pawn drives forward to d4, challenging the heart of the board. Black takes. The e-pawn captures on d4. And now something bold. White's queen sweeps out early to recapture, landing on d4. It is a daring thing to bring the queen so far, so soon. She stands proud in the very center of the board. But a queen out in the open, this early can be pushed from square to square. And she is pushed. A black knight springs to c6, attacking her, gaining time. A colder modern eye likes this for Black, develop a piece, and make the great lady move again. But White's queen does not simply run. A bishop slides all the way to b5, pinning that knight against the king on e8. It has the shape of the Spanish game now, the bishop staring down at c6. The knight is fastened in place. It cannot move without bearing the king. Black unpins with care. A bishop steps to d7, quietly standing behind the knight. Now, White decides the little standoff. The bishop takes on c6. Black recaptures. The bishop from d7 comes back to c6. No harm done to the pawns. The bishop simply retakes. And see where it sits on c6, raking a long, open diagonal toward White's corner. White brings a knight into the game out to c3, guarding the center. Black develops the last knight up to f6. Let the whole board settle in your mind for a moment. White's queen still commands the center from d4, calm and unbothered. Okay, each side has traded a bishop away, and the knights are nearly all in play. White's king still sits on e1, waiting for the moment to slip into safety. Black's dark squared bishop is the last piece with no home yet. White tucks the king away, castling on the king side. The king steps to g1, and the rook swings over to f1 beside it. Black answers in the same spirit. The dark bishop comes to e7. A quiet, useful move. It clears the way for the king to castle in turn. Now White begins to probe. The knight leaps into the middle of Black's position, up to d5. A splendid outpost, right in Black's face. From d5 it eyes the knight on f6 and the tender square on c7. It dares Black to trade it off, and Black takes the dare. The bishop from c6 captures the knight on d5. White recaptures with the e-pawn, which arrives on d5. Now look closely at what that little pawn has become. The pawn on d5 is a wedge driven into black's half of the board, cramping him. And behind it, the e-file has swung open for white's rooks to pour down. Black castles at last. The king slips to g8, safe in the corner. Taking the whole board as it now stands. White's queen on d4. A pawn spiked forward on d5. A rook on f1, already glancing down the half-open e-file. Black is solid, but a shade passive. A knight on f6, a bishop on e7, the king snug on g8. Everything is in its place, and black is only waiting to find some counterplay. White reaches for a pin. The dark squared bishop glides out to g5. It pins the knight on f6 against the black queen sitting behind it on d8. The knight is nailed to the spot. It dare not move and expose the queen. Notice how quietly white's pieces are gathering, all of them leaning toward the king side. The queen, the bishop, the rook, each drawn toward black's castled king. Not a single shot has been fired, and yet the tension is thickening. Black turns to push back at that wedge on d5. A pawn steps up to c6, striking at the pawn on d5, asking it a plain question. Stay or go? The center is trembling now, about to dissolve. And white must answer the question on c6. The pieces still crouched toward the king. White has the move, and the c-pawn steps quietly forward to c4. It sets a shoulder beside the proud pawn on d5, and it asks a small question of the black pawn on c6. Black gives the answer. The c-pawn captures on d5. White replies at once. The c-pawn takes back on d5. Now, a lone white pawn stands wedged on d5. Nose to nose with the black pawn on d6, neither one able to pass the other. A small thing, but the whole game will come to lean on that little wedge. Black turns to the rooks, and one slides from f8 to e8. White brings the rook down to e1 onto the same quiet file. Black stakes out a little space on the wing, a pawn goes to a5. White's rook edges up a single step to e2. Making room you can feel for the one behind it. Black swings the far rook across to c8, taking the open lane there. And white finishes the thought. The last rook comes to e1. Two white rooks now, one stacked behind the other, gazing down the empty e-file. There is no hurry in any of this. White is only gathering his forces. Let the picture settle for a moment. That white pawn on d5 splits the board down the middle. Behind it, the doubled rooks lean into the open file like a spring pressed down. And the black king rests in its corner at g8. Three pawns stand before it on f7, g7 and h7, not one of them stirred. Snug, but with no window to breathe through. Black brings the queen to d7, quietly tidying the back rank. Now white reaches out with the bishop and takes the knight on f6. A trade, but a trade with a purpose behind it. That knight was the patient guardian of the squares around the black king. With it gone, the ground near the corner grows thin. Black takes back, the bishop lifting to f6. The bishop stands where the knight stood. But a bishop cannot watch those near dark squares the way a knight could. Something has changed, only a little, and only close to the king. White lifts the queen and glides her out to g4. From there she looks two ways at once. Down one diagonal toward the black queen, and outward toward the sleeping king. Black will not simply wait. The queen darts out to b5. She leans on the pawn at b2. brushes the rook on e2, and eyes the wedge at d5, all in a single breath. White answers softly, sliding the queen back to c4. She shields the d5 pawn and sits face to face with the black queen, offering a trade. But black has no wish to swap. The queen slips home to d7. Back and forth they circle, the two queens, neither quite willing to touch. And here white finds a door left open. The queen steps forward to c7. Deep on the 7th rank now, resting against the pawn on b7. It is the smallest of steps and the most dangerous, a queen behind the lines. Black edges the queen aside once more, back to b5. White prods at her with a pawn, a 2 to a4. A quiet question, where will she go? Black takes the gift. The queen captures on a4. A pawn to the good, but so far from her own king. It is the kind of pawn that looks free and is not. And now white uncoils the spring. The forward rook lifts off the file and climbs to e4. A rook, lift. Sideways now, ready to swing across toward the corner. Looking back with a colder, modern eye, this is the very strongest path. And it is easy to feel why. Every white piece has begun to lean the same way, toward the king in the corner. The black queen hurries home again, back to b5, hoping to guard from a distance. But she is one piece, and the distance is long. Hold the whole board in your mind now, before the last stroke. The black king in its corner at g8, walled in by its own pawns on f7, g7 and h7. Not one of them moved to cut an escape hatch. Facing that corner, the two white rooks own the open e-file. And one of them hangs out on e4, ready to slide across the board. The white pawn still stands proud on d5, the knight waiting quietly on f3. And deepest of all, the white queen sits on c7, at the very back of black's house. Black's own queen is away on b5. The two black rooks stand on c8 and e8, the bishop on f6. Brave pieces, every one, and every one a step too slow. All that white owns points toward the corner, all that black owns points the other way. White has the move. The queen sweeps along the 7th rank and crashes onto b7, taking the pawn. She has reached the very heart of the black position. From b7 she stares straight down the open file at the black queen, and across the light squares at the lonely rook marooned in the corner on c8. Behind her, the doubled rook still burned down the e-file. Toward a king with no square to run to, and no air to breathe. The 7th rank is torn wide open. The back rank has no window. And the defenders are scattered to the wrong side of the board. And still black cannot bring a single piece back in time to matter. There is no net he can stretch across that gap. The queen's long patient walk to c7 and now to b7 is complete. And the game has gone with it. The outcome is no longer in any doubt. One by one the white pieces arrived, without hurry, until the position simply could not be held. The little pawn on d5, the two rooks on their open file, the queen deep in the dark. They did the work together, quietly, over many moves. No alarm, no scramble, only a slow, certain tightening. Across the board, the great defender lowers his hand. There is nothing left to solve, nothing left to guard. Clock ticks once more, and then it stops. And so the game comes to rest here, exactly as it was played. Leave the pieces where they stand. The queen on b7, the king in its quiet corner. And let it rest. And there the board goes still. The last move made, the last threat answered, nothing left to play. Let the pieces soften now and lose their edges in the dark. The kings, the pawns, the long diagonals, all of it dissolving, quietly into the black behind your eyes. There is nothing more to follow. It is finished, and it was beautiful. You can let the whole board go now. No more squares to hold, no more lines to trace. Just the warmth of the dark and the slow tide of your own breathing. Sleep well. The game will keep until another night. Good night. Hastings on the English coast, 1895. In a grand seaside tournament, the very first world champion of chess sits down with the white pieces, Wilhelm Steinitz. Across from him, a German master of quiet, careful play, Kurt von Bardeleben, a man about to walk out of the hall rather than watch the finish. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. It is an Italian game, one of the oldest openings we know, older than the town it was played in. What people would remember for more than 100 years is a single rook. A rook that steps boldly into the heart of Black's camp and simply stands there. Move after move it sits where it seems it must be taken, and move after move every capture leads only to ruin for Black. Steinitz, they said afterward, had already seen the mate many moves deep before it arrived. Von Bardeleben could not bear to play out the end. He rose, left the tournament hall, and never came back to the board. So the champion was left to show the finish alone, to an empty chair. Two masters, a small English seaside town, and one fearless rook. That is the game we'll follow, slowly, all the way to the end. Close your eyes now and let the board take shape in the dark, the pale squares, the dark squares, the pieces waiting in their rows. Let the board take shape in the dark 64 squares, two armies drawn up, and white to move. White opens in the grand old manner, the king's pawn striding out to e4. One square, then another, and the game draws its first breath. That single pawn frees the bishop, frees the queen, and stakes a claim to the center. The board is still wide and open, everything yet to be decided. Black answers as an equal, the pawn to e5. Two pawns stand nose to nose in the middle, and neither means to give ground. The center is claimed and contested from the very first breath. The first knight steps out, whites to f3, pressing softly on the pawn at e5. Calm familiar beginning, one played 10,000 times before. Black defends without a fuss, the knight to c6. Piece by piece, both armies quietly unfold. Now the bishop takes its aim, sliding out to c4. Down a long pale diagonal, it looks all the way to f7, the one square beside the black king that only the king defends. Remember that square, f7. It will matter more than once. This is the Italian game, old, courtly and sharp beneath its good manners. For centuries players have met here on these same squares in these same shapes. Black mirrors him, move for move, the bishop to c5. Now each bishop stares at the other's tenderest point, a symmetry as graceful as it is dangerous. For now the two sides are like reflections of one another. White plays a small unhurried pawn move, c3. It seems to do nothing at all. but it is quietly clearing a path, making room for the d-pawn to march up beside its brother. Steinitz builds the way he always did, patiently, one brick upon another. Black develops the king's knight to f6, and now that knight eyes the pawn on e4. A quiet pressure, easy to miss. And here white strikes, the d-pawn thrust to d4, hitting the center with both hands. He is glad to tear the position open, for he is the readier of the two for the fight to come. Black takes up the gauntlet, the e-pawn capturing on d4. White recaptures, the c-pawn taking back on d4. And see what stands in the center now. Two white pawns abreast on d4 and e4, a broad and gleaming wall. Pawns like these can smother an opponent or become targets themselves. Black answers with a sting. The bishop leaps out to b4 and gives check. It reaches in from the flank and the white king cannot look away. White simply interposes, the knight to c3. And here lies a gambit in disguise. The knight blocks the check while quietly daring black to reach out and snatch the e4 pawn. Whether to take it or leave it, that is black's question now. Let the whole picture settle for a moment. White's pawns loom side by side on d4 and e4. His knights stand on c3 and f3, and his bishop is trained from c4 on distant f7. His king still sits at home on e1, soon to be tucked clear of the coming storm. Black has knights on c6 and f6, a bishop pinning from b4, and a second bishop on c5. His king, too, remains uncastled, standing on e8. The whole position leans forward, taut as a drawn bow. And that pawn on e4 sits undefended, glittering there, like bait upon a hook. Black reaches for the center, instead the pawn to d5. It looks natural and strong, striking the bishop on c4 and the pawn on e4 in a single stroke. And yet, seen through a colder, modern eye, this is the first faint stumble. The bolder path was to swallow the bait. The knight from f6, taking on e4. Down that road the game would have shattered into wild complications, and black would have stood fully equal, perhaps even a shade better. The soft-looking d5 instead gives the tension back to white and leaves black a lasting weakness to nurse. White captures at once, the e pawn taking on d5. Black recaptures with the knight, settling again on d5. The knight is a fine piece there, planted in the center. Now white brings his king to safety, castling short, the king to g1, the rook swinging across to f1. The king nestles down behind its pawns, and that rook on f1 begins, ever so faintly, to breathe toward f7. Black develops the last bishop out to e6, shoring up the knight on d5. Every black piece is finding a job now, save the king. White's dark bishop glides out to g5, leaning toward the black king's quarter of the board. It eyes the dark squares and presses on black's pieces near his uncastled king. Black offers to trade it away, the bishop dropping back to e7. A sensible offer, swap the pieces and ease the pressure. White opens the exchanges, the bishop on c4 captures the knight on d5. Black takes back with the bishop, recapturing on d5. White's knight springs forward and captures on d5. And the black queen sweeps out to reclaim it, coming to rest on d5. The queen looks powerful there, but a queen in the open can also be chased. In just a few strokes the center has emptied, the smaller pieces falling away one by one. See the board as it stands now, quieter and clearer. White is left with a single pawn on d4, isolated, with no friendly pawn on either side of it. In years to come, men would call this the isolated queen's pawn and argue over it endlessly. It is a weakness, yes, a lonely pawn that must be watched and guarded. But it is also a spearhead, holding key squares and aiming straight into black's half of the board. Such pawns win games and lose games, depending on who commands them. And no player alive understood such a pawn better than the man behind the white pieces. His queen rests on d1, his rooks on a1 and f1. His bishop keeps its post on g5, his knight holds firm on f3, and his king lies snug on g1. Black's queen stands proud and exposed in the very center on d5. His bishop guards on e7, and his rooks still wait, undeveloped, on a8 and h8. Neither black rook has yet joined the game. And his king has not stirred. It stands yet in the middle of the board on e8, with no fortress raised around it. In the quiet after all these trades, that is the one thing out of place. A king in the center, just as the lines are about to open. That single fact is the seed of everything still to come. Watch that king, keep it there in your mind's eye. Already White's bishop on g5 and his rook on f1 are turned, without a sound, toward that undefended king. The pieces are few now, but every one of them is aimed. And it is White to move, with an idea just beginning to form. White's bishop, waiting all this while on g5, now leans in and takes the dark bishop on e7. A trade offered without a sound. The two dark squared bishops leave the board together. Black answers at once. The knight from c6 swings back to e7, retaking. Modern analysis calls both of these the cleanest moves. Nothing lost, nothing hurried. Now White slides the rook from f1 across to e1. It settles on the open file, staring down at the black king, still uncastled on e8. Black shores up the middle, the pawn steps from f7 to f6. A small wall, dimming the long diagonal, giving the king a little breath. White lifts the queen from d1 to e2. Stacked behind the rook now, queen and rook both leaning on that e-file. Black brings the queen a step homeward, from d5 back to d7. Guarding, connecting, keeping watch on e7 and the squares near the king. Let the whole board settle in your mind for a moment. White's king rests easy on g1. The black king still stands in the open middle on e8. White's rook holds e1, the queen beside it on e2, the knight poised on f3. Black's rooks wait in their corners, a8 and h8, the knight on e7, the queen on d7. It looks calm? It is not. That black king has never found a safe home. White brings up the last reserve, the rook from a1 over to c1. Both rooks working now, one on the e-file, one on the c-file, closing the middle in. Black plays the most natural-looking move, the pawn from c7 to c6. Meeting the coming break, questioning White's center. But a colder, modern eye marks this as a small slip. Better was to tuck the king across to f7 first, and only then tend to the center. The pawn move loosens things, and White has been waiting for exactly this. White strikes, the pawn drives forward from d4 to d5. Opening lines through the heart of the board, straight toward that stranded king. Black takes, the c-pawn captures on d5. And now the center lies bare, the files thrown wide open. The knight leaps from f3 into d4. A beautiful square. From d4 it stares at c6, at f5, and above all at e6. Black finally moves the king, stepping from e8 to f7, trying to walk it to safety on the king side, away from the storm. But white is faster. The knight springs from d4 into e6, planted deep in the black position, one square from the king. And it cannot be touched, no pawn can reach it, and it cuts the board in two. Black tries to challenge the invader another way. The rook comes from h8 to c8. Down the c-file, hoping to make a little counter noise. White pays it no mind and swings the queen out to g4. Now queen and knight both point at the king's corner. The threats begin to gather. Black throws up a shield, the pawn from g7 to g6. Blocking one line, but the knight on e6 still sits in the flesh, like a splinter. Hold the picture as it stands now. The black king is exposed on f7, its own pawns scattered loosely around it. f6, g6, h7. White's knight is buried on e6, a single step from the king. The queen glares in from g4. White's rooks command the c-file and the e-file. Black's rooks sit far off on a8 and c8. Everything white owns is aimed at the king. Almost nothing black owns defends it. The combination this game is remembered for begins right here. The knight jumps back with check from e6 to g5. Check to the king on f70. And notice, from g5 that knight now guards both f7 and h7. Hold on to that. It is the quiet key to everything that follows. The king has to retreat. Back it goes, from f7 to e8. Home again to the very square where all the trouble began. Now the blow. The rook on e1 crashes into e7, taking the knight, with check. A rook given up for a knight hurled against the king. And the king dares not take it. For grab that rook, and white's queen sweeps in along the diagonal to d7, and the net closes with knight and queen in a move or two. So the king runs instead. It steps aside, from e8 to f8. But the rook does not stop. It stays on the 7th rank and checks again, sliding to f7. And here is the knight's silent work. f7 is covered by the horse on g5. So the king cannot capture the rook. It can only keep walking. It goes from f8 to g8. Into the edge of the corner, still hounded, still fleeing. The rook glides along once more, from f7 to g7 check. And here the king truly cannot take. For if it snatches the rook on g7, the knight springs to e6 with check. Forking the king and the queen on d7, and the queen would fall. So the king edges away instead from g8 to h8. Pressed into the very corner now, with nowhere left to hide. And the last stroke laid before us, the rook takes the pawn on h7 with check. A rook sitting on h7, one square from the king, and still it cannot be captured. The faithful knight on g5 covers h7, just as it covered f7 before. So the king may not take it. It can only crawl back, and the hunt is all but done. 2 whole rooks Steinitz has poured into this attack, and the king stands stripped of every shield. Look at what that single knight on g5 has done. By guarding f7 and h7, it turned the entire 7th rank into a road only white's rook could walk. The rook strolled from e7 to f7 to g7 to h7, checking at every step, and the king could never once touch it. Each pawn around the king swept away, each door of escape quietly shut. This is the combination the game is remembered for. Not one dazzling blow, but a chain, each link forced. And all this while, Black's rook sat idle on a8 and c8, a whole world away from their king. That is the lesson folded inside the beauty, a king left in the center, and pieces that never came home to guard it. White needed only to pry the lines open, and then walk the 7th rank to the king's door. See it as it rests now. The black king in the corner on h8, entirely alone. White's rook beside it on h7, the knight watching from g5, the queen waiting on g4. The defense is spent. There is nothing left to hold the position together. From here the end is only a matter of moments, and both players can feel it. The combination has done its work. The game is decided. Let it stay there, just as it is, the quiet corner, the patient knight, the rook on the 7th. A game played long ago, finished now, asking nothing more from us. Let the board go still. Let it rest. And let yourself rest along with it. And there the game rests, finished, the last move never to be unmade. Let the pieces stay where they fell, keeping their small, still shapes in the dark. The board softens now at its edges, the squares loosening, the lines going faint. The kings, the far rook, the quiet pawns, all of it dimming, sinking slowly out of view. There is nothing left to watch for, nothing left to hold. The last of the light on the board fades, and the 64 squares dissolve into shadow. You can let the picture go entirely now. It will keep whole and waiting for whenever you wish to return to it. Sleep well. Good night. The Netherlands, 1938. The AVRO tournament, 8 of the finest players alive gathered to decide who would challenge for the world crown. On one side of the board, Mikhail Botvinnik of the Soviet Union, a champion still in the making. On the other, José Raúl Capablanca of Cuba, once king of the chess world, famous for a simplicity that looked like water finding its way downhill. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Capablanca had held the world title years before and lost it. This was one of his last great stages. Botvinnik, the younger man, was hungry, methodical, precise, the mind that would soon reshape Soviet chess. The game they played that day is remembered by many as a perfect masterpiece. It grew from a calm, careful opening called the Nimzo-Indian defense, the sort of position where nothing seems to be happening. And then, deep in the game, a single move that people still speak of with wonder. White would offer up a bishop for nothing, not to win it back, but to lure the black queen far away from her king. With the queen drawn off to the edge of the world, a lone pawn would begin its long walk toward the far side. So let your eyes close now and let the board take shape in the dark, 64 squares, the pieces waiting, the story about to begin. So let the board take shape in the dark. 2 armies, still whole, the pieces waiting in their ranks. White moves first. A pawn steps quietly to d4. Black answers by lifting the king's knight to f6, eyeing the center from a distance. White widens the front. The c-pawn advances to c4. Black opens a small door for the bishop, a pawn to e6. This is the oldest kind of conversation. A slow build, each side claiming a little more of the middle. White brings a knight out to c3, adding weight to the squares in the center. And now black plays the move that gives this whole opening its name. The dark bishop slides all the way to b4, and pins the knight on c3 against the king behind it. This is the Nimzo-Indian. Black does not rush to build pawns in the center. Instead, he tangles white's pieces and waits. White answers softly, a pawn to e3, opening the light bishop's path. Black at last plants a pawn in the middle, to d5, meeting steel with steel. Now white asks the pinning bishop a plain question. A pawn creeps to a3. Stay or go? The bishop on b4 must decide. Black takes. The bishop captures on c3, and it lands with check against the white king. A small trade with a lasting price. Black gives up his dark squared bishop for the knight. White recaptures the only way. The b-pawn takes back on c3. And look at what has appeared. White's pawns on c3 and c4 stand doubled, one in front of the other. That is the bargain of this line. Black has handed white 2 bishops and in return crippled white's pawns on the queen side. One player will spend the game trying to make those bishops sing, the other to keep them mute. Black strikes at the base now, a pawn to c5, leaning on the white center. White eases the tension. The c-pawn captures on d5. Black recaptures with the e-pawn back onto d5, keeping a broad pawn in the middle. White develops the light bishop to d3, aiming across the board toward black's king to be. Black castles. The king tucks away to g8, the rook swinging in beside it. White has a subtler path for the other knight. It goes not to f3, but quietly to e2. From e2 the knight leaves the f-pawn free to advance later. Botvinnik is already thinking of a pawn storm. Black makes a little room, a pawn to b6, preparing to fianchetto his light bishop. White castles as well, the king slipping to g1, both monarchs now safe in their corners. Black brings his bishop out along the diagonal, all the way to a6. It stares straight at white's good bishop on d3, offering a trade. And white accepts. The bishop captures on a6. Black recaptures with the knight from b8, the knight arriving on a6, off at the edge of the board. One pair of bishops gone. White still holds the survivor, the dark one, not yet developed. And here it comes. White fianchettos that last bishop to b2. From b2 it looks down the long diagonal, past its own doubled pawns, toward black's kingside. Remember that line. It will matter more than anything else on the board. Black centralizes his queen to d7, connecting the rooks. White gains space on the flank, the pawn to a4, fixing the queen side. Let the whole board settle in your mind for a moment. Both kings sit in their castled homes on g1 and g8. White's pawns run in a strange shape doubled on c3 and c4, with a 3 and d4 beside them, and the kingside pawns still at home. The white bishop on b2 aims at the far corner. The queen watches from near the center, the rook's ready to swing across. Black is solid and neat. A pawn on d5, a knight loose on a6, the queen on d7, and a fine outpost square waiting on c4. It is a quiet position, the kind where nothing seems to be happening and everything is being decided. Black now brings his rook to the center file, the king's rook to e8. White lifts the queen to d3, a flexible perch, watching both wings. And black makes a committal choice. The c-pawn pushes to c4. It gains space and it strikes the white queen, but listen to what it gives away. By fixing the pawn on c4, black releases the tension against d4. White's center is no longer under pressure. Now Botvinnik can turn his whole mind to one plan. Build in the center, then break with the pawns and open lines toward the black king. The white queen steps aside to c2, unhurried, keeping an eye on the coming e-pawn advance. Black begins a long journey with his edge knight. From a6 it retreats to b8. It looks backward, almost shy, but the knight is only gathering itself to reach a better square. White brings the last rook into the game, from a1 over to e1, both rooks now on the central files. Black's knight continues its tour, out again to c6, reaching toward the good squares. White repositions the knight from e2, hopping to g3, closer to the king side and eyeing the squares in front of Black's king. Now Black sends the knight onward to a5. Here a colder, modern eye pauses. This is a small slip. The knight is heading for the fine hole on b3, true. But it is drifting to the rim. Far from the king it may soon need to defend. Better, it is now thought, was to double the rooks, bringing the other rook to b8 and pressing on the half-open file. That would have kept the pieces coiled and ready. Instead, the knight wanders off to the edge, and the king side grows a shade lonelier. White prepares the great advance, a modest pawn to f3, bracing the center before the storm. Black plants the knight on its target, to b3, deep in White's camp. It forks nothing, wins nothing yet. It simply sits there, proud and immovable, a splinter in White's position. But a knight on b3 is a knight not guarding g7. Keep that thought. And now the center breaks open. White pushes the pawn to e4. The floodgate lifts. Behind that pawn, the bishop on b2, and the rooks begin to sense open air. Black grabs a pawn while he can. The queen sweeps out and captures on a4, far away on the queen side. A pawn in hand, but see where the black queen now stands, out on the rim at a4, a whole world away from her king. This is the quiet trade at the heart of the game. Black wins a pawn on one wing. White gets a free hand on the other. White presses forward. The pawn rolls on to e5. It seizes space and it kicks the black knight on f6, which had been the last real guardian of the king side. Black retreats that knight to d7, the only good square left for it. And now feel the shape of the whole board, because everything is leaning one way. White's pawns on d4 and e5 form a wide wedge, a rolling front pointed at the black king. Behind them, the bishop on b2 glares down the long diagonal, the queen sits on c2, and both rooks stand on the central files waiting. And Black? His queen is off on a4, one knight is buried on b3, the other has just backed up to d7. Three of his best pieces are on the wrong side of the board, and the king on g8 is beginning to feel the draft. The pawns have not clashed yet. The bishop has not struck. Everything is still coiled, still gathering. And into that stillness, Botvinnik is about to reach for an idea that will be remembered for as long as the game is played. White has the move, and the white queen slides quietly back to f2. It looks modest, a queen tucked behind her own pawns, watching. But she is eyeing the long dark diagonal now, the one that runs toward the black king. Capablanca answers by pushing the pawn to g6, giving his king a window of air. Botvinnik pushes the f-pawn to f4, thickening his wall in the center. And black strikes back in kind. The f-pawn steps up to f5. Modern analysis calls this the best try. Black wants to lock the position and dam the flood. White has a passed pawn sitting on e5, and beside it, the chance to take in passing. He takes. The e-pawn captures on f6, appearing suddenly next to black's king. The knight comes across from d7 and recaptures on f6. So a black knight now stands guard right in front of its king on f6. Remember that night. Later, everything will turn on it. White pushes again, the f-pawn to f5, and the pawns clench together. The e-file has opened, and both sides feel it. Black trades the first pair of rooks, taking on e1. White recaptures on e1, his last rook now owning the open file. Capablanca swings his other rook over to e8, contesting the line. Let the board settle in your mind for a moment. White's king rests on g1, behind 2 pawns. Black's king sits on g8, behind 3. Down the e-file, the 2 rooks face each other nose to nose. Far away on the queen side, the black queen stands on a4, off on her own adventure. That distance, the queen way out on the edge, is the quiet crack that will decide the game. Now, White does something bold. The rook plunges forward to e6. It stands right in front of the black king, offered up, daring the capture. Capablanca takes it, the rook captures on e6, and White recaptures with the pawn, so a white pawn now sits on e6. A tiny pawn, but only 2 steps from becoming a queen. Black's king shuffles to g7, coming out to keep an eye on it. The white queen lifts to f4, out into the open at last. She looks down the board toward the dark squares around that king. Capablanca hurries his queen all the way home, back to e8, to blockade the pawn. Here White has a choice, and modern eyes see a cleaner one. He plays the queen to e5 into the center, pinning his hopes on the dark diagonal. It is called a small inaccuracy. A check first, the queen to c7, was sharper. That check would have driven the king and kept every idea alive with more bite. But e5 is still menacing, and now the pressure passes to black. Capablanca offers to trade queens, stepping his queen to e7. It feels safe. Swap the queens, and White's attack has no engine to run on. This is the mistake, the one slip in a beautifully defended game. A colder modern eye wanted the quiet h5 instead, keeping the queens on and the king breathing. Because now White is not obliged to trade at all. Picture the whole board once more and hold it still. White's queen on e5, his knight on g3, his bishop asleep on b2. A white pawn on e6, 1 square from glory, but blockaded by the queen on e7. The black king on g7. In front of it, the knight on f6. Beside it, pawns on g6 and h7. And still, far out on a3, no, on e7 now, the queen has come back, but she came back a step too slow. Everything hangs on whether White can break the wall in front of that king. And now comes the move this game is remembered for. Botvinnik moves his sleeping bishop from b2 all the way to a3. The bishop to a3. It attacks the black queen on e7 along the diagonal. Take a slow breath and see what he has really done. He has offered the bishop for free and asked the black queen to travel to the far corner to take it. If black declines and trades queens on e5, that pawn on e6 simply marches in and queens. So the queen must take. She captures the bishop on a3 step. And in that instant she is banished, pinned to the queenside, a whole world away from her king. That was the whole point, not to win the bishop, to lose the black queen down a well. Now the king on g7 stands almost alone, and White strikes the second blow. The knight leaps from g3 to h5 check. A second piece thrown on the fire, landing on h5 beside the enemy king. It attacks nothing safely. It is pure offering. Take me and open your own door. If the king runs instead, the queen crashes to g5 and mates in the fresh air. So Capablanca captures. The g-pawn takes the knight on h5. And with that capture, the shelter in front of the king is torn wide open. The white queen swings to g5 check. The king cannot go to h8 or f7 for long. It steps aside to f8. Now the queen takes the knight on f6 with check. That is the guardian gone, the knight that stood in front of the king, swept away. The king slips back to g8, the only square. And here the little pawn finally walks, from e6 to e7. One step from a new queen, and the black queen still stranded far away on a3. This is the race now. Black must check and never stop, or the pawn becomes a queen, and it is over. So Capablanca begins the only music left to him, a stream of checks. The queen swings in from a3 to c1, check. Botvinnik's king steps calmly to f2. The queen follows to c2, check. The king climbs to g3. The queen to d3, check. And the king keeps walking up to h4. See it, the white king strolling up the board, into the open, into the storm of checks. It looks reckless. It is exact. Each square is the one safe square. The queen checks again from e4, and the king simply takes the loose pawn on h5. The king captures on h5, sheltering behind the very pawn black gave up moves ago. The queen chases to e2, check. The king drops back to h4. The queen returns to e4, check. Now white has one more quiet resource, and it is decisive. The pawn steps to g4, blocking the check with its own body. The checking line is stopped, and the king has a roof over its head at last. Capablanca tries once more, the queen to e1 check, along the diagonal. And the white king rises to h5. Rest your eyes here, on that final picture. The white king stands high on h5, sheltered by its own pawn on g4. The pawn on e7 waits, one step from crowning. And the black queen down on e1 has almost run out of squares from which to check. One spite check remains, the queen to e5, but the king only climbs on to h6. And there the checks dry up entirely, while the pawn on e7 becomes a queen. A queen black can no longer stop, and a king black can no longer reach. That is the whole design, laid bare at the end. A bishop given, a knight given, both spent to send one queen too far from home. And a small pawn, patient the whole while, walking in through the door they opened. Capablanca, one of the finest defenders who ever lived, looked at it all and laid down his king. Botvinnik had won at the great tournament in the Netherlands in the autumn of 1938. A game remembered ever since simply as his masterpiece. The board is still now, the pieces at rest where they fell. Nothing more to solve, nothing more to guard. Let the picture soften and let it rest. And there the game rests, the last move made, nothing left to answer. Let the pieces stay where they are now, still and quiet on their squares. The board begins to soften at its edges, the lines of light and dark growing dim. The kings, the rooks, the pawns, all of them fading now into the dark. There is nothing more to watch for, nothing more to hold in mind. The moves are all behind us, kept safe, and you can set them down. Whatever the day asks of you, it is finished, and this hour is only yours. The board is gone now, and only the warm dark remains. Sleep well. Good night. Hastings, England. The winter of 1922. A quiet seaside town, and inside it, one of the most extraordinary games ever played. The black pieces belong to Alexander Alekhine, a Russian master still years away from the world crown he would one day seize. If a slow, beautiful game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Across the board sits Bogoljubov, a powerful player and a great rival, holding the white pieces. The opening will be the Dutch defense. Black's fighting, stubborn answer to the queen's pawn. It is a long game, unfolding over more than 50 moves, in no hurry to reveal itself. Slowly, patiently, Black builds pressure across the whole width of the board, from one edge to the other. And then, near the end, a storm of pawns comes rushing toward the far rank. One after another, they threaten to become new queens, and White cannot stop them all. The combination is so rich, so deep, that it is often called Alekhine's finest achievement. Close your eyes now, and let the board take shape in the dark 64 squares, the pieces waiting in their places. The board is set, and it is White to move. Bogoljubov reaches out and pushes his queen's pawn 2 squares to d4. A calm classical beginning. He wants the center. Alekhine answers not with symmetry, but with a small act of defiance. His f-pawn goes forward to f5. The Dutch defense. Black stakes a claim on the king side and quietly promises trouble later. White broadens his grip, the c-pawn to c4. Black brings out a knight from g8 to f6, eyeing the center squares. Now White chooses a gentle modern plan. The g-pawn steps to g3, opening a home for the bishop on the long diagonal. Modern analysis likes this best, the fianchetto, patient and flexible. Black replies in kind, a pawn to e6, freeing his own light bishop. White's bishop slides out to g2, and there it settles, gazing all the way across the board. Then Black's dark bishop leaps to b4 and gives check. The white king must answer. A bishop comes to d2, quietly blocking the check. Alekhine trades it off at once. His bishop captures on d2, check again. And White recaptures, the queen's knight taking on d2. A small, even exchange. The position breathes slowly. Black develops a knight from b8 to c6. White brings his last minor piece into play, the knight from g1 to f3. Now the kings look for shelter. Black castles kingside, the king tucking away to g8, the rook swinging to f8. White castles too, his king to g1, his rook to f1. Both monarchs are safe, for now, behind their little rows of pawns. Black supports his coming plans with a modest pawn to d6. Let us see the whole board as it stands. It is a quiet, closed sort of position. Pawns face each other in the center. White's bishop on g2 rakes the long light diagonal, but Black's pawns on e6 and f5 stand in its way. Both sides have castled short. Both are still gathering their forces. The game will be decided not by a quick blow, but by whose plan runs deeper. White reaches for the initiative first. His queen swings out to b3. She eyes the diagonal toward Black's king, and the tender square on b7. Alekhine, unhurried, tucks his king one step further into the corner, to h8. A small move, but a knowing one, clearing the g-file and stepping off the bishop's diagonal, White's queen shifts again to c3, a strong central post. From there she watches the long dark diagonal pointing toward black's kingside. Now black strikes in the center. The e-pawn advances to e5. Modern analysis calls this the best try. Black seizes space and prepares to expand. White meets it calmly, a pawn to e3, shoring up his d-pawn. And black begins on the other wing, a pawn to a5. A quiet gain of space on the queenside, and the finest move on the board just now. White answers with a pawn to b3, building a broad, restful chain. Now watch Alekhine begin a long, patient journey with his queen. She lifts from d8 to e8, stepping back before she steps forward. It looks modest. It is the first note of a melody aimed at the white king. White plays a pawn to a3, keeping black's knight off the b4 square. And now the queen sings out, from e8 all the way to h5. She joins the kingside, leaning toward White's castled king, hand in hand with the coming pawns. White must be careful now. He pushes a pawn to h4 to blunt the advance and hold the g5 square. Alekhine leaps in his knight springs from f6 to g4. It sits boldly near the white king, threatening to land on e3 and to stir up the kingside. White counters with his own leap, the knight from f3 to g5. The two knights face off, deep in each other's territory. Black develops his sleeping bishop from c8 to d7, calmly ignoring the tension. Now a pause and a picture of the whole board. Black's king rests in the corner on h8. His queen glares from h5. A knight sits forward on g4, a bishop newly out on d7, a knight guarding on c6. Every black piece leans, ever so slightly, toward the white king. White is solid, but cramped knight on g5, queen on c3, bishop still on g2, rooks not yet joined. The tension gathers like weather. Someone must break it. White plays a pawn to f3, shooing the knight away from g4. But a colder, modern eye sees this as a small slip. Better, it is thought, was a thrust on the queenside, the b pawn to b4, seeking play of his own before black rolled forward. As played, White spends time defending and hands black the run of the game. The knight retreats from g4 back to f6, exactly where it is most useful. The finest square, the knight eyes the center and the coming break. White pushes again, f3 to f4, trying to jam the door shut. And here Alekhine makes the move that shapes everything that follows. The e-pawn drives on to e4. The center locks. Black's pawn on e4 is a spear buried in White's camp. It cramps White, it shelters Black's pieces, and it stares at f3 and g2. Modern analysis marks it best, a pawn that will only grow more dangerous. White brings a rook to the center from f1 to d1, seeking a file that may one day open. Black takes a quiet moment, a pawn to h6, asking the white knight where it means to live. The knight steps back from g5 to h3. The best retreat, heading around toward f2 to guard the tender points near the king. Now black opens a second front. The d-pawn advances to d5. Black stretches across the whole board, pawns on e4 and d5 and f5, a wide and rolling wave. White regroups his other knight from d2 back to f1, joining the defense of the king. Alekhine begins to shuffle a knight toward a better home, from c6 to e7. White gains queenside space, a pawn to a4, fixing black's pawn on a5. The knight returns at once, e7 back to c6. The finest square again, for now it heads for the outpost on b4. White lifts a rook, from d1 to d2, doubling and shoring up the second rank. And the knight lands from c6 to b4. A proud, unmovable horse deep in White's position, jabbing at c2 and a2 and d3. The finest square on the board, no white pawn can chase it away. White tucks his bishop back from g2 to h1. A strange, quiet corner for it, but it keeps the long diagonal alive, waiting for the day it opens. Alekhine repositions his queen, drawing her back from h5 to e8. She rests, re-aiming, ready to swing to either wing as the game demands. White doubles his heavy pieces the other way. The rook lifts from d2 to g2. He piles onto the g-file, dreaming of pressure against black's king down the road. Now Alekhine opens lines with a capture, the d-pawn taking on c4. The best moment to strike, prying the queenside apart. White recaptures, the b-pawn taking back on c4. The finest reply, holding the pawns together. And now a small sharp gain, black's bishop swoops from d7 to a4, snatching the pawn there. It slips behind White's lines and takes on a4, a clean pawn in hand. The best move, and the surest, black is now a pawn to the good, and still pressing. Let us see the whole board once more. Black's forces coil around the white king, a knight anchored on b4, a bishop raiding on a4, the pawn spear on e4. The queen waits on e8, the king safe in the corner on h8, and knight poised on f6. White is tangled, bishop buried on h1, rook on g2, knights on h3 and f1 hunting for air. The whole position leans black's way, like a hillside about to give. White tries to untangle, the knight stepping from h3 to f2. It reaches toward the e4 pawn and the light squares, looking for something to hold. Black calmly withdraws his raiding bishop from a4 back to d7, pawn pocketed, piece safe. No hurry. Alekhine keeps every thread taut and lets White strain against them. White shuffles his other knight back into the fray, from f1 to d2. He gathers his pieces toward the center, trying to breathe, trying to blunt the pressure on e4. And there the knight comes to rest on d2, as White braces for the storm still building around him. Black is to move, and a pawn steps quietly forward to b5. It leans against the white pawn on c4, asking a small question in the corner of the board. White answers by drawing a knight back from f2, home to d1. A modest square, but from there it guards the soft points around the white king. Now black's other knight leaps in to d3. Deep in the white position, planted like a splinter that cannot easily be pulled out. White's rook swings down the open file and takes the pawn on e5. A pawn in hand, but far from the storm that is gathering. Black pushes again. The pawn goes to b4. And now it touches the white queen on c3. The queen is attacked. She must move, or be shielded, or be given away. But White has a blow of his own. The rook drives on to a8 and takes the black rook. Rook for rook in the far corner. Two players trading blows, each ignoring the other's threat, both racing. And here, the quiet, astonishing heart of it. Black does not save the queen. Black does not recapture the rook. The little b pawn simply takes, It captures the white queen on c3. A pawn swallowing a queen and standing now on c3. Look at what hangs in the air. White has taken a rook far away on a8. Black has taken the queen with a pawn, and that pawn is one step from turning wild. White strikes back. The rook slides from a8 across to e8 and takes the black queen. Queen for queen, rook for rook, the great pieces falling away like leaves. But the pawn on c3 does not care. It steps to c2. One square from the last rank. One square from a crown of its own. White's rook, still deep in black's camp, takes the rook on f8, with check. The black king answers, stepping aside to h7. Now white turns to the runner. The knight comes to f2, trying to weave a net around that c-pawn before it can promote. Too late. The pawn reaches the final rank and becomes a queen on c1 with check. From nothing, a pawn has crowned itself, and she strikes along the first rank at the white king. White blocks. The knight drops back from d2 to f1, filling the gap. The king breathes, shielded for the moment. Black brings the other knight into the fire from d3 to e1. It eyes the rook on g2 and crowds the white king in his own corner. The rook slips out of reach, up to h2. And black's new queen reaches out and takes the pawn on c4. White's far rook goes hunting, sliding across to b8. Black offers a shield. The bishop comes to b5. White takes it, rook captures the bishop on b5. And black takes back, the queen recapturing on b5. Let the board settle in your mind for a moment. White's king sits in the corner near g1, guarded by knights on f1 and f2, a rook on h2, a bishop still resting on h1. His pawns hold the middle and the king side, d4, e3, f4, and the marching g and h pawns. Black has a queen on b5, a knight deep on e1, another on f6, and loose pawns on c7, e4, f5, g7, and h6. Two queens have already come and gone. What remains is a knife fight in the endgame. White pushes a pawn to g4, striking at the black pawn on f5. Black answers with a sting. The knight springs from e1 to f3 check. It sits right in front of the white king, unwelcome and close. White takes it at once, the bishop swinging from h1 to capture on f3. And black recaptures with a pawn from e4 onto f3. A black pawn rests on f3 now, right against the white king's door. White's g-pawn takes on f5. Black's queen glides to e2, deep and menacing. She ties white down, one step from the back rank. White has runners of his own and pushes the d-pawn to d5. The black king takes a cautious step from h7 to g8. White's h-pawn rolls on to h5. And the black king returns back to h7. White pushes in the center the pawn to e4. Black's knight snaps it off from f6, taking on e4. White's knight takes the knight from f2 onto e4. And the black queen takes the knight in turn, capturing on e4. The pieces keep vanishing, 2 by 2. White's passed pawn surges to d6. Black's c-pawn takes it from c7 onto d6. White pushes the other runner, the f-pawn to f6. Black's g-pawn captures it from g7 onto f6. See the board thinning now toward its end. White has a king near the corner on g1, a rook on h2, one lone knight on f1, and two pawns pressing forward on f4 and h5. Black has a queen on e4 commanding the center, a king on h7, and pawns on d6, f6, f3, and h6. The white king is bare, and that black pawn on f3 creeps ever closer. White tries to trade the danger away. The rook drops back from h2 to d2. Black slides the queen to e2, offering her up. It is not a gift, it is the cleanest road home. White takes, the rook captures the queen on e2, and the pawn takes the rook from f3 onto e2. Now that black pawn on e2 is one square from a crown, guarding nothing but its own ambition. White's king rushes over to f2 to stand in its way. But the pawn takes the knight on f1 and becomes a queen with check. A second time tonight, a humble pawn turns royal. The white king simply takes her, capturing on f1. And the smoke clears. What is left is bare and hushed, kings, and a handful of pawns. White, a king on f1, two pawns on f4 and h5. Black, a king on h7 and three pawns, d6, f6, and h6. One pawn more for black, and the d-pawn stands alone on its file, with nothing white to stop it. That lone passed pawn is the whole story now. The black king sets out for it, stepping from h7 to g7. White's king marches to meet the danger to e2. Black's king comes on to f7. White climbs to e3. Black's king reaches e6, shouldering toward the center. White's king steps up to e4, the two of them almost eye to eye. And here is the last quiet blow. Black pushes the pawn to d5, a check. The white king stands on e4, and the pawn on d5 now attacks him. He cannot take it. The black king on e6 guards that square. So the white king must give way and step back. And once he steps back, nothing on the board can catch the d-pawn. It will run down the empty file, shielded by its own king, and become a queen. White has seen it too. There is no need to play it out. A pawn began this, a pawn ends it. Two queens were born from nothing and given away, rooks and knights spent like coins, all to clear a path for a single walking pawn. That was the idea, hidden from the very start, a vision that saw past all the wreckage to this one bare winning square. And so it is finished. The board is still. The kings stand close in the center, the last pawn poised to cross. Let it rest there, just as it is. Nothing more needs to move. And there the board rests, the last move made, the story complete. Nothing more to solve now. The pieces stand where they finished, and they can stay exactly there. Let the squares soften, the lines of the files and diagonals loosen and blur. The kings, the rooks, the quiet pawns, all of it fading slowly into the dark. You don't need to hold the position anymore. Let it go. The board dissolves, edge by edge, until there is only the dark and your slow, easy breathing. A beautiful game remembered, and now set gently aside. Rest well. Good night. Rostov-on-Don, 1962. Across the board sits Rashid Nezhmetdinov, a master feared above all others for the fury of his attacks. Facing him, Oleg Chernikov, settling in for a quiet Sicilian, expecting a calm repetition and an easy draw. If a quiet game like this is how you'd like to fall asleep, take a moment to subscribe. There's a new one each week. Chernikov would not get his quiet game. Early on, Nezhmetdinov does something that seems to defy all reason. He gives up his queen, the strongest piece on the board, and asks for almost nothing back. In its place, he keeps two small pieces, working together in perfect harmony. And the black queen, for all her power, finds she has nowhere useful to go. Many have called it one of the greatest queen sacrifices ever played. It has been studied and loved for more than 60 years now, and tonight we'll watch it unfold, slowly. Close your eyes and let the 64 squares take shape in the dark before you. So, let the board take shape in the dark. Two armies, still whole, the pieces waiting in the quiet before anything has been decided. White moves first and pushes the king's pawn 2 squares to e4. Black answers on the other wing. A pawn slides to c5, the Sicilian, an old and stubborn reply. White brings out a knight to f3, reaching toward the center. Black develops a knight of his own to c6. Now white strikes in the middle. A pawn advances to d4. Black takes it. The c-pawn captures on d4. And white recaptures, the knight from f3 coming down to d4, sitting proud in the center. Black chooses a quiet, patient setup. A pawn steps to g6. This is the dragon. Black will fianchetto his dark bishop and aim it down the long diagonal like a drawn bow. White develops the last knight to c3. And black completes the idea. The bishop settles on g7, staring clear across the board toward white's corner. White develops the dark bishop to e3, a calm supporting move. Black brings the king's knight to f6, eyeing the center. Now white places the light bishop on c4, its gaze fixed on the soft square in front of black's king. Black tucks the king away, castling on the king side. King to g8, rook to f8. White slides the bishop back 1 square to b3, out of harm's way and still aimed at f7. Let us hold the picture here for a moment. White is uncastled still, but coiled, knight strong on d4, both bishops trained on the king side, queen and rooks ready behind them. Black sits behind a snug little fortress on g8, that long dark bishop humming on the great diagonal. It is a dragon, and both sides know the dragon can catch fire. And now black reaches out with a bold, provocative move. The knight leaps from f6 to g4. It attacks the bishop on e3, offering a trade and daring white to move the queen. White does not retreat the bishop. Instead, the queen sweeps out and snaps up the knight, capturing on g4. A small surprise. White would rather have his queen in the open air than shuffle a bishop back. But black had a sting waiting. The knight from c6 crashes down onto d4. It captures the proud central knight, and suddenly it forks, hitting the bishop on b3 and threatening a nasty check on the soft c2 square. The quiet opening has become a brawl. White steps the queen sideways to h4. From h4, the queen leans toward the black king and keeps an eye on the loose pieces around the board. Black brings his own queen into the fight, out to a5. It guards. It eyes the knight on c3. It looks toward white's queenside. Both queens are prowling now. At last white castles, kingside, the king slips to g1, the rook to f1, safety and a rook brought to life. Let us look again, because the storm is close. White's queen stands on h4, far advanced, staring down at the dark squares near black's king. That knight on c3 has its eye on the d5 square, a beautiful outpost, deep in black's half. Black's knight sits strong on d4, His queen is out on a5, and his dark bishop still guards the home of his king from g7. That bishop is the one wall standing between white's queen and the dark squares around the king. Remember it. Now black makes a natural, tempting move. The bishop swings from g7 to f6. It attacks the white queen on h4, and it seems to gain a tempo, chase the queen, then get on with the game. Modern analysis calls this the best try, and yet it walks straight into one of the most famous replies ever played. Because the queen does not run. White plays it. The queen captures on f6. Take a moment with this. The queen has taken the bishop, and it stands right next to black's king, defended by nothing. Black can simply take the queen with the pawn. He is being handed the most powerful piece on the board. This is the sacrifice this whole game is remembered for. Why give up the queen? Feel the shape of it. That bishop on f6 was black's dark square guardian. Gone, the squares around his king go bare and grey. White will get a bishop and a knight for the queen, and a pawn-torn king with no dark squared defender left alive. It is not a combination that ends in 3 moves. It is a slow, deep bet on a burning position. Black, of course, does not take at once. He has a check to throw in first. The knight jumps from d4 to e2, check. A clever in-between move, grab a tempo, snatch a piece, before recapturing the queen. White must answer the check, and does so the strongest way. The knight from c3 captures on e2. Now black takes the queen. The e-pawn captures on f6. And there it is. The great white queen is gone from the board. Count what remains. For that queen, white holds a bishop and a knight a little less in raw material. But look at black's king. His kingside pawns are doubled and ugly, a lonely pair on f6 and f7. The dark squares, g7, h6, e5, the whole shadowed lane to his king, belong to white now. A colder modern eye confirms it. White's attack is worth more than the queen he gave. This is the wager Nezhmetdinov made, and everything that follows is him proving it, patiently, piece by piece. So watch the pieces come. White withdraws the knight from e2 back to c3. Unhurried, he is rerouting it toward that dream square, d5. Black tries to breathe. The rook lifts from f8 to e8, taking the open file, looking to trade or defend. And now the knight arrives. From c3 it springs to d5. Feel how it dominates. From d5 it forks the f6 pawn and reaches into the heart of black's camp, and it cannot easily be driven away. Black defends the wounded pawn. The rook drops back to e6, shielding f6 along the 6th rank. It is an awkward, hunched little defense. The rook tied to a pawn, doing a menial job. Now white builds. The bishop steps from e3 to d4. And there it sits, on the long dark diagonal, glaring straight at the pawn on f6, and the king huddled behind it. Bishop on d4, knight on d5, 2 minor pieces aimed like spears at one wounded king. Let us see the whole board as it stands. White has no queen, but he has harmony. Bishop on b3 cutting one diagonal, bishop on d4 cutting the other, knight planted on d5, rooks waking on the open files. Black has his extra material and his queen on a5, far away on the edge, a world from where the danger is. His king sits on g8 behind 2 limp f-pawns, and his rook crouches on e6 doing guard duty. The dark squares near that king are a silent open road, and white's army is already marching down it. Black feels the pressure, and tries to make room. The king steps across to g7. Off the back rank, a little air by the pawns, but closer too to the fire. The bishop on d4 and that lonely f6 pawn are staring right at him. And white, unhurried as ever, gathers himself to strike again. White's rook on a1 stirs and slides quietly across to d1. Remember where he stands. He is playing without his queen. 2 bishops, a knight, 2 rooks, all he has against her. And he means to have every last one of them pointing at the black king. Black answers softly. The pawn on d7 steps forward 1 square to d6. A shade loose, that move. Nudging the b pawn to b6 was the steadier hold. This one leaves a faint draft around the king that white will find. The rook lifts off d1 and climbs to d3. Up off the ground now, ready to swing along the 3rd rank toward the king. The best square for it. Black's bishop, asleep on c8, wakes and steps to d7. The most solid choice, eyeing the light squares, meaning to trade itself into the attack. The rook glides again from d3 to f3. And now it leans on f6 on the pawn shielding the black king. The bishop slips from d7 out to b5, reaching all the way across the board toward white's back rank. White's dark bishop draws back from d4 to c3, and see what it does from there. It lies on the long dark diagonal, c3, d4, e5, f6, g7, aimed straight through the f6 pawn at the king behind it. Hold the whole picture a moment. White's king on g1, both rooks stacked on the f-file at f1 and f3, the knight planted on d5, bishops on b3 and c3. Black's king on g7, his queen far out on a5, rooks on a8 and e6, the bishop reaching in to b5. Every white piece drifts toward that corner like a tide coming in. Black feels it and hurries the queen home from a5 all the way back to d8. The best she can do, coming back to guard the dark squares and the pawn on f6. And now, white strikes. The knight on d5 leaps in and takes the pawn on f6. The shield is torn away. The knight sits right in front of the black king. And behind it, the bishop on c3 glares down the long diagonal at everything. This is the finest move on the board. The whole position was quietly built for it. Black snatches at a chance of his own. The bishop darts from b5 into e2. From e2 it forks both white rooks at once, the one on f3 and the one on f1. But this is the misstep. There was no time for it. Bringing the other rook back to c8 to defend was the way to cling on. Now white's attack simply arrives first. White does not blink. The knight takes again from f6 onto h7, and it is check. He gives no thought at all to the forked rooks. He rips away another pawn from the king's face, and the king must move. The king slides 1 square from g7 into the corner shelter at g8. White swings the rook across from f3 over to h3. Pointed straight down the open h-file at the bare king. Lovely to the eye. Though a colder, modern look would send the knight back to f6 with check first, and finish even sooner. Still, the arrow is aimed at the king, and the game stays firmly white's. Black's rook lifts from e6 to e5. Sliding along the 5th rank, trying to throw a body across the path of the attack. White's f-pawn pushes to f4, prodding at that very rook on e5. Black cashes in the fork. The bishop on e2 takes the rook on f1. Tempting to pocket a rook, but it was the wrong moment, swinging his own rook to h5 to block that file would have fought harder. The white king simply takes the bishop back, stepping onto f1. See where everything stands now? The white king on f1, a queen and now a rook behind, bishops on b3 and c3, a knight stranded far off on h7, a single rook on h3. Black looks a fortune ahead, a queen on d8, two rooks, on e5 and a8. But his king hides on g8 with almost nothing around it, and white's pieces lean and lean toward that corner. Black brings the last rook out from a8 to c8. Again, the stubborn defense on h5 was the tougher road. The h-file is where he will be hurt. White's dark bishop returns to d4, leaning once more on the rook at e5. Simply taking that rook was cleaner, but the bishop's aim at the king is hard to give up. Black pushes a pawn on the far wing, from b7 to b5. A little space gained far away from the fire. The knight, which has wandered from d5 to f6 to h7, now settles on g5. And from g5 it stares at two soft squares beside the king, f7 and h7. Black's rook slides along to c7, meaning to hold the 7th rank. Now let the whole board settle in your mind before what comes next. The black king sits on g8 behind a single pawn on g6 with one more guard on f7. His queen rests at home on d8, one rook out on e5, the other just come to c7. Pawns scattered on a7, b5, d6. White is still a whole queen down, but every piece he owns is trained on that one corner. The bishop on b3 rakes the light diagonal, b3, c4, d5, e6 straight into the pawn by the king. The bishop on d4 burns down the dark diagonal toward g7 and h8. The knight crouches on g5. The rook waits on h3, at the head of the open file. 3 pieces and a rook, all aimed at one square of shelter. Now watch. The bishop on b3 plunges in and takes the pawn on f7. Check. It throws itself down on the very doorstep of the king, and the king cannot take it. The knight on g5 covers f7. So the rook must come and deal with it. The rook swings from c7 onto f7 and grabs the bishop. The only move, and exactly what white wanted. The rook is lured onto f7, drawn off the back rank, pulled into the trap. Now the second gift. The rook crashes down the file from h3 to h8, check. Right beside the king, offered up for nothing. And it cannot be refused. Nothing else covers that square. The king must take. The king steps into the corner and takes the rook onto h8. 2 whole pieces thrown away now, a bishop and a rook, and white sinks even deeper into debt. But look where the king stands, sealed in the corner, and it is the knight's turn. The knight springs from g5 onto f7, check. And here is the whole point of it laid bare. From f7 the knight checks the king on h8, and in the very same breath it strikes the queen, away across the board on d8. The fork this whole storm was built to reach, the king must run, and as it runs, the queen falls. The king climbs out of the corner, from h8 to h7. There is nothing at all to be done for the queen. The knight leaps across and takes her, on d8. And there it is. The queen white gave away, long ago, comes back to him, one clean off the board. 2 bishops, 2 rooks, spent one by one, and every one of them was only ever the price of this single moment. Black takes what he can in return. The rook on e5 grabs the pawn on e4. The knight trots out of the corner from d8 to c6. Safe and ready to come back into the fight. Black's rook sweeps down and takes the pawn on f4 with check. A last flicker of spite. The king is touched and must step aside. The white king walks calmly across from f1 to e2. Out of the checks, out of danger. And there the storm has blown itself out. Count what is left standing. White has a bishop and a knight where black has only a single rook. And a safe king besides, with his pawns whole. The man who began all this without a queen ends it a piece to the good. The whole wild sacrifice, paid back in full, with interest. The rest is only a matter of time, and time is entirely on his side. Let the pieces stand just where they are. The hunt is over. The board can go still. It is finished. Let it rest. And there the game rests, the final position holding still on the board. Nothing more will move now. The pieces have said all they came to say. Let the squares soften at their edges, the light and dark blurring into one. The kings, the rooks, the last few pawns, let them settle and fade. The board loosens its shape, dissolving quietly into the dark around you. There is nothing left to follow, nothing left to picture. It is all put away. You can let the whole of it go now and stay just where you are. Rest easy. The game will keep exactly as it ended. Sleep well. Good night.